I'd like to call this April 23rd meeting of the Higher Education Coordinating Board to order. As we begin today's meeting, please be aware that this meeting is being broadcast via the internet. So at any point, any of us, including some of you in the audience, may be visible to anyone watching online. Also, as a reminder, please silence your cell phones and computers, which I'd best do myself right now. There we go. Okay, this morning I'd like to welcome the following institutions that are joining us today. A welcome to the faculty and staff from the Leadership Development Program at Prairie View A&M University. They're visiting us today to learn more about the agency and the work of the board. Thank you very much for being here. If you're here, would you stand, please? You just said you were going to be here and then didn't show, huh? All right.
Traffic is bad.
Traffic. It must be traffic.
Austin traffic.
Also today we have Dr. Guy Bailey, President of UT Rio Grande Valley. Guy, thank you for joining us. Dr. Francisco Fernandez, Dean of UT Rio Grande Valley School of Medicine. You take a great photo, by the way. Dr. Pedro Reyes, Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs for the UT system. Dr. Kenneth Shine, Special Advisor to the Chancellor of the UT system. Thanks for joining us this morning. Also, we have the new Provost from UT El Paso, Howard Dodestal. Thank you for joining us, Howard. I would also like to welcome our newest member of the board, Dr. Fred Farias. He's from McAllen, Texas. Fred was appointed by Governor Abbott on February the 13th. Although he cannot participate in the meeting today until he is officially confirmed by the Senate, we invited him to attend so that he can learn more about the work of the board. I believe those of us that were in need of nominating committee voted us out of committee, and I think tomorrow is the final vote. So after that, Fred, you can officially participate. Fred graduated from UT Austin in 1980 and earned his Doctor of Optometry from Southern College of Optometry in 1987. He opened his first practice, 20/20 Vision Care, in McAllen in 1988. He currently serves as president of the Texas Optometric Association, serves as a member of the McAllen Chamber of Commerce's Board of Directors, and chairs the Chamber's Governmental Affairs Council. Welcome, Fred, and you're welcome to say a few words if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor and a privilege to be nominated and to be able to serve on the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. It's a privilege. I look forward to working hard for the state of Texas and helping this agency move forward.
Thank you. We're glad to have you as well, Fred. I'm also happy to announce that the 5th edition of the Texas Public Higher Education Almanac is now available. New to the 2015 edition is information on student debt. Debt data are provided by level of degree and for bachelor's degrees by institution. The Almanac is funded through a public-private partnership between the Coordinating Board, the College for All Texans Foundation, and the Houston Endowment Incorporated. Lots of good information there. This is the third year? Fourth? Okay. Okay. Unfortunately, we today are going to enjoy the last board meeting of our student board member, Jerry Cordy. This is his last board meeting. As of June 1st, a new student representative will begin, and I'd like to read Jerry's resolution. You don't have to stand at attention, Jerry. Whereas Gerald Jerry Cordy was appointed as the student representative of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Rick Perry on June 1st of 2014, and whereas during his tenure on the coordinating board, Mr. Cordy served on the Agency Operations Committee, the Committee for Academic and Workforce Success, and the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning. And whereas the coordinating board values the input, ideas, and feedback from students on higher education policy, particularly those policies that have a direct impact on students. And whereas Mr. Cordy has provided this critical viewpoint through his thoughtful questions, informed comments, and deep passion for higher education. And whereas the board, its staff, and all current and future students in Texas will benefit from Mr. Cordy's active participation and dedicated service on the board. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this 23rd day of April, 2015, express our deepest appreciation to Gerald Jerry Cordy for his distinguished service as a student representative of this board and his unwavering dedication to higher education for all the students of Texas. And be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes and that a copy of the resolution signed by the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board be presented to Mr. Cordy in recognition of his high esteem in which he is held. Thank you, Jerry. Jerry, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, sorry, excuse me.
Get all choked up on it.
I can't believe that the year's gone by this quickly. I never thought that it would move as quick as it did. I've learned a lot, not only about higher education and the board and how it works, but I've learned a lot from each and every one of you up here. And I can't believe I'd say this, but I'll definitely miss some aspects of this. I don't know if I'll miss the amount of reading, the extra, reading, but there are definitely some things that I'm going to miss about the board, and definitely learning from each and every one of you. So thank you. It was a great honor to work on the board and serve the state of Texas. So thank you.
Well, we certainly appreciate your service, and we wish you the very best. I believe, tell us a little bit about your education, where you are and where you'll be going.
So currently I'm finishing up my second year of medical school at the Texas College of Osteopathic Medicine, part of the University of North Texas Health Science Center in Fort Worth. And so I take my last class exam on May 7th, and then I'll have a month of board studying, and then I'll take my first round of medical boards, and then I'll start on rotation. So I'm really excited to move on to the clinical phase of medicine and to see where that ends up taking me. So.
Very good. Well, I can't speak for the other board members, but I hope I never have to deal with you professionally. Okay. And I think, Angelica, we have a resolution, but we have some board members that we still need to get to sign that. We will get that completely signed and framed and get it delivered to you, Jerry. Okay. Commissioner, do you have any remarks this morning?
Oh, we need to vote on that.
Okay. Could we hear a motion then, John? Second. Any objection? Very good. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I thought I would just spend a couple of minutes talking about this year's edition of the Higher Education Almanac. One of my frustrations has been that this is our fourth edition, correct, David? Fifth? Our fifth edition. And I still recurrently come across leaders in higher education who don't know about it, who haven't used it, who don't know the data about their own institutions. I've talked to trustees and regents and tell them, ask if they've used the almanac, and they haven't even known about it. And we send it to every trustee, we send it to every university regent in the state. So I'd like to talk about the almanac for just a couple of minutes, and by way of hoping that people in the audience and listening online will take a look at it. If you don't have a hard copy of it, it's on the coordinating board website, so it's easily accessible. Just very quickly, to give you an idea of how useful this document is, if you look at your copy and look on page 6, you see some national data that I think are very significant, and also suggest how we have to move forward with our new strategic plan. You can see on the top there that according to federal calculations, Texas is 33rd among the states in terms of its 6-year graduation rates for public universities. You can see there were 18 points behind the first ranking state, Massachusetts. If you go down to the third row of data, you'll see that Texas is 47th in the critical reading SAT score, 42nd in terms of the math SAT score, 47th among the states in terms of its writing score on SAT, and 28th among states in terms of its composite ACT score. All of this, of course, suggests that unless, and all of you know how ambitious the new strategic plan for higher education will be, unless we work much more effectively with K through 12, there is no way that we're going to reach our goals with these kinds of numbers. So that's one salient point. If you look a couple of pages later, the 8th grade, on page 9, the 8th grade cohort, you can see how much leakage there is in the pipeline from, if you look at 100 8th graders 11 years ago, you see that only 20 achieved some form of post-secondary credential in Texas. And if you look on that, on the right side of the page at those bars, you see that if you're poor, you only have 10% of poor 8th graders in Texas ultimately achieve some form of post-secondary credential. One of the next page shows what the 6-year completion rates are according to the way we calculate graduation rates. And you can see that at our public 2-year institutions, if you look over a period of 6 years, only 29% have achieved some form of credential in our 2-year institutions. On page 12, and we're publishing more data regarding the marketability of degrees and the earnings that students have after they graduate. You'll see that one of the interesting phenomena that I've been looking at over the past several years is an increasing amount of data that show that the biggest gap in earnings is no longer between young people who have only a high school diploma and those who have some form of post-secondary credential. The greatest gap is now between those who have only a baccalaureate degree and those who have either a professional or advanced graduate degree. And so it shows once again something that I think all of us in this room know, and that is that the more education, the better, and that all the trends indicate that that will be increasingly the case. If you look on the following page, you will see that 63% of graduates, bachelor's graduates in Texas have accumulated some sort of debt, and the average amount of debt for those that have taken on debt is $30,181, which obviously is a high number, disturbing, and one of the goals of our strategic plan for the next 15 years will be to hold that number in check. Turn very quickly now to the to page 27, which gives you data about our 4-year institutions in aggregate, and you can see what the most popular majors are, and you see the way we calculate graduation rates. At our 6-year graduation rate, as we calculated, is 60.5%, which is about 10% increase over what it was 12, 15 years ago, much higher than the way the feds calculate it. I don't need to go into why our numbers is higher. One other thing that caught my eye in this edition is there's been a lot of discussion about the future of the tenure system in higher education. And if you look at that column on the right side of the page where it says faculty and it says total faculty and tenured track faculty, and you can see that only 52.5% of faculty in our universities are on a tenure track, you can tell that de facto the tenure system in Texas is disappearing. We have, you can see the information about the student characteristics. You can see, for example, that 78.3% of applicants to Texas universities are accepted, so they're very close to being open admission. If you look at the institutional profiles, you'll see that we only have one selective institution in Texas by most standards. The typical standard for selectivity is that you admit less than 50% of applicants. We only have one institution that fits in that category, and that's the University of Texas at Austin, which has an acceptance rate of 45.3%. By contrast, our other flagship public institution, Texas A&M, accepts 71% of its applicants. You'll see on this page a very, very strong opportunity for cost efficiency. If you look at the third column in the middle of the page, completion measures, you see that the average semester credit hours accumulated to a degree is 140. Over the standard 120 requirement. There is a wonderful opportunity to cut down the cost of higher education for the state and for students and their families. If we brought that number down to, say, 130 hours, we would save tens of millions of dollars every year. By comparison, for two-year institutions, we have even more opportunity to save money because the average number of hours accumulated for an associate's degree is 91. So these are just some of the data. If you look on the page just before the community college section, you can see that once again that we have ample opportunities for improvement in terms of completion rates. I'm looking at page 49. You can see that community colleges are heavily reliant on part-time faculty, although the bulk of courses are actually taught by permanent faculty. You can see that we have a long way to go in terms of improvements in developmental education, graduation rates. So this is I'll just close by saying this almanac is absolutely a wealth, has a wealth of information, and we urge the people in this room, the presidents, the provosts, regents, trustees, to take a close look at this document, not only in relation to your own institutions, but to the state as a whole. These data are here for a reason. We want policy in Texas to be driven by data, by accurate information about how we're doing according to data. We have the best data collection system in the country, I believe very strongly. We ought to make sure that we use it when we make very difficult choices about the direction of higher education. Thank you.
Any questions of Raymond, members?
Commissioner,
Yes, sir.
this really is a very, very impressive almanac, and not only as you said, the wealth of information, but it's presented in such a
It's laid out very nicely.
very nicely. And who would you recognize on the staff as being primarily responsible for this?
We have we have so many people. David's holding up two hands, which means an awful lot of work. We have people that gather the data. Susan Brown, obviously, and her staff. David Gardner, Nina Wright, and so many others. David?
Yes. Julie Eklund, Ginger Gossman. There are at least 7, 8, 9 other people. And one thing that you don't realize as you look at this, it actually takes probably 50 hours just to edit this.
That's what I'm
to make sure that the numbers are right, because every time you move a number, in fact, we have a morning in which we bring down maybe 24 people to sit in this room and spend a few hours as a final edit, because if you make transpose one of these numbers incorrectly, it's very challenging to an institution that if a legislator points it out and it's wrong, that's a bad thing to happen. So a lot of effort. I didn't name everyone, but I'm glad that you recognized the time. We probably have no single document that spends more hours. I would bet it takes at least a minimum of 100 hours, probably a couple of hundred hours of staff time over the course of several months.
Well, you could present all this data and it wouldn't look, as I said, just the graphics and everything, it's such a really great product. And that's what I was thinking about, was kind of like an editing nightmare almost, with all the numbers that are in here.
I think the
and
staff
trying to
would
make
agree
sure
with
everything
that.
is correct. Yeah.
but it's important, and it's an important document, and we owe it to the institutions that we get the numbers correct. They can disagree about how some of the numbers are calculated, but they all know how they're calculated. It's important. It's a common metric for everyone, and so it was a commissioner's idea. And frankly, I was a little skeptical in the beginning. We have some online systems, but I told a national meeting some years ago that there's some older technologies that you've got to remember they still work very well, and there are times where paper is much more effective.
Bobby?
Just two quick questions, Commissioner. One, what other states do something like this? Are there others that do, or are we kind of leading the way in that?
Oh, I think we're leading the way. I don't know that any other state has such a document. I know when I go to so-called SHEO meetings, the State Higher Education Executive Officers Group, I'm always complimented for the almanac, and I've been told by the president of SHEO that there is no other comparable document.
And so then my next question is, because I share your frustration when you talk to people and they don't know that it exists, because I do think this is an incredibly important document and tremendous value. So if we mail it out, are there any other thoughts to how we can raise its profile or to get it more understood, more utilized by more people? It's one of those, if we've been doing it this way, is there something else we might be able to do to enhance the awareness that this document's out there?
I'm sure there are ways, because it isn't being used as broadly as we like. I know, for example, that every time I give a presentation to a Board of Regents, I bring a copy of the document with me. Every time we meet with legislators, we take copies of the document. So we're trying to make sure that people know about it, but we will have a conversation internally about what else we can do. But it is indispensable.
It is.
So.
Very good. Thank you, Raymond. I believe we now have the faculty and staff from the Leadership Development Program at Prairie View A&M University. We're glad to have you with us this morning. Apparently run into a little traffic somewhere along the way, I suspect. But stand up. We want to welcome you this morning, and we're glad you're here with us. Any questions that are significant or difficult? Bobby Jenkins is the vice chairman, and you need to ask him. Okay. But we are glad to have you this morning. Okay. The next item on the agenda is approval of minutes from the January board meeting. Do I have a motion? Approval. Dr. Tesher makes the motion. Mr. Steen makes the second. Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the consent calendar for the entire meeting. The consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we think can be approved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more of our attention. However, I want to encourage members to be judicious in adding any items to the consent calendar and to be mindful of any items that may warrant discussion for the benefit of our stakeholders and the general public who are in the audience today or tuning in. Of course, any board member can request that an agenda item be removed from the consent calendar. that gives us the opportunity to discuss it fully later in the meeting. Does any member want to add or remove any items from the consent calendar? Do I have a motion to approve? Motion's made. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I want to point out, too, that on our agenda now, those consent items are shaded. I know before everybody was
So
going
you know which ones they are?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I think that's helpful.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you to staff. That's helpful.
Okay, we'll move on now to Agenda Item 4, which is our major policy discussion. Prompted by recent closures of institutions, changes of ownership or structure, and reports of large education providers with financial difficulties which have impacted Texas students, a panel discussion will provide an overview of possible changes in oversight and conclude with remarks from representatives of for-profit post-secondary educational institution. I want to invite our next speakers to the podium. Rex Peebles, Assistant Commissioner for Academic Quality and Workforce with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Anthony Baiba, is that correct? Bida, okay, I was close. Vice President of External Affairs, the Accrediting Council for Independent Colleges and Schools. Thomas Babel, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs with DeVry Educational Group. Jerry Valdez, Executive Director of Career Colleges and Schools of Texas. Also joining us via phone is Robert Kelchin, Assistant Professor of Higher Education at Seton Hall University. And since Sharon Bob, Director, Powers, Pyle, Sutter, and Verville PC cannot join us in person, the PowerPoint slides of her taped presentation are included in the handout provided to the board members. Thank you all for taking the time out today of your busy schedules, and we're glad that you're here. We look forward to your discussion. Rex, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Members of the board. This discussion is going to focus on degree-granting institutions other than Texas public institutions, which are sort of popularly called Chapter 7 institutions after the Education Code, and will focus on our current oversight and additional planned oversight. And also, we have some members of the panel that I think will be able to add a lot of information about how this regulatory triad works, which consists of, first of all, accrediting agencies that have a primary focus on trying to maintain quality control over institutions. And we have a representative to talk about that. We also have Department of Education is a member of that regulatory triad that primarily focuses on Title IV and financial aid and financial aspects of institutions. And Dr. Sharon Bob will share some thoughts by audio tape on that particular issue as well. And then there's the state regulatory responsibilities that we have in approving institutions to operate inside the state of Texas. And also, one of the things that has come to us from the federal regulatory mix is some primary responsibility for helping to adjudicate student complaints that arise in those institutions too, and that assumes, of course, that the institutions and the students involved have exhausted all of their internal mechanisms for resolving complaints with institutions and accrediting bodies and so forth before it ever comes to us to take a look at. So institutions in Texas that are non-public institutions that want to operate here are authorized under two major kinds of certificates. One is the certificate of authority, and those are institutions that are working toward recognized accreditation. We only have two institutions in Texas currently operating under that type of certificate, so the focus of the discussion this morning will be on those institutions that operate under certificates of authorization. And as you can see here, there are approximately 300 of those that are authorized to operate in Texas. So Certificates of authorization are given to institutions when they apply for a new location, they want to expand their degree offerings, or they want to allow students to complete clinicals or internships in Texas. We ask for documentation of their accreditation. They also have to inform us of their status with the Texas Workforce Commission. Texas Workforce Commission oversees institutions that offer only certificates, and the coordinating board then oversees institutions that offer both degrees and certificates. And then we also ask them to inform us and keep us apprised of any clinical or internship locations in the places throughout the state of Texas that they're conducting those. Certificates of authorization, the first step in this is to be either recognized by one of the 6 regional accrediting bodies or to be recognized by one of the 12 national or specialized accrediting bodies that the coordinating board itself recognizes. And later today, one of your agenda items will be to recognize a 13th accrediting body. And so that's the first step in getting authorization from the coordinating board to operate in Texas, is to make sure that they have accreditation status, and those accrediting bodies then have to apply to us for recognition as an accrediting body. Institutions are required to complete 2 annual reports. And part of what they do is also report student data, and those student data are entered into the goals for closing the gaps, for example. So enrollment and graduation reports that we receive from those institutions also go into that mix because they do perform an important function in educating students in Texas. And those annual compliance reports come to us every year. And you see those, I'm sure you'll recognize that you get half of them in January and half of those in June. Because of the numbers, we split up the alphabet and then do them on an annual basis, but throughout the year. And as you can see, there are several components to the annual compliance reports, the information that we ask about and that then we check on and try to verify. So in our efforts to try to keep up with them, particular note, I think, is negative actions by accreditors, if there is such out there, and particularly student summaries, complaint summaries and policies. One of the things that we like to look at is whether they have appropriate complaint policies and process for adjudicating student grievances, and also their financial documents, and then try to monitor financial condition as well. Now, as we move into 2015 and go forward with annual compliance reports in 2016, a couple of things that we have done is, one, we have restructured academic quality and workforce division a bit so that we will have an additional program director directed to oversight of these institutions. Currently, we have a project director, a program specialist, and an administrative technician about half-time that helps provide the oversight for these institutions. And we will add a program director to that to give us the ability to do a little bit more follow-up and a little bit more monitoring as we go forward. And as you can see on this slide, these are the things that the triggers that if we see these, then this will compel us then to ask institutions for more information to follow up, and this has to do with the Department of Education, what is called heightened cash monitoring, and this is where the Department of Education makes some efforts to deal with their financial stability of institutions, and then you will hear more about that from Dr. Kelchner, and probably also from Dr. Bob. We also want to look at reports from accreditation bodies. If institutions are on probation or they are having issues with their accreditation body that we may need to follow up or at least keep track of. And also if there is a pattern of student complaints. I've been in this business for a long time, and as an administrator for a number of years, one of the things I noticed is that there are always sort of one-off complaints from students that are usually easily solved if you can just get the institution and the students to talk to each other. But once you begin to see a pattern of complaints, when the same complaint comes up over and over again that involves the same set of students or the same set of institutions, then that's a sign that you need to dig a little deeper and to find out why you're seeing the third or fourth or fifth complaint of the same kind of nature. And so we plan on doing a little bit more work on that and trying to follow better if there are patterns of student complaints. And then also any negative information that's reported to us from the Texas Workforce Commission in their Division of Career Schools and Colleges, which, as I said, they're responsible for the monitoring of those institutions that offer only certificates. And any proposed changes in ownership or management would also be a part of that. And we also intend to increase our site visits to institutions. We've always had the ability to do this, but we haven't always necessarily had the people power to do this well. And so we have made plans to increase our site visits. We would also like to do some joint visits with accreditors as well. And quite frankly, that allows us to check up on the institution and to check up a little bit on the accreditors at the same time. And then we will ask for more follow-up reports from institutions if they meet one of these triggers that I talked about a little bit earlier. And we will also include in our annual compliance reports going forward to ask institutions to respond to any negative actions that have been taken by the Texas Workforce Commission or by the programmatic accreditors, or if they have been subject to any heightened cash monitoring. And at this time, we do have Dr. Robert Kelchin, who joins us by telephone, and he's going to explain his research that's regarding the intersection of the U.S. Department of Education's 3 accountability measures. And we have included in your packet of handouts an article that he published recently on where 3 accountability measures meet a hazardous intersection.
All right, thank you.
Hang on just a minute, sir. Yes, sir.
Asked a question. Yes. So on your first slide, you said there are 2 institutions working under or operating under the Certificate of Authority. Which 2 institutions are those?
They are the San Antonio School of Art and the Baptist Hospitals of Southeast Texas.
And then you said there are approximately 300 under Certificate of Authorization.
Yes,
of course, we're learning about this. Are those mostly for-profit? How does that break
mostly.
down?
Yes.
There's some non.
Not all, but there are some nonprofit. For example, under certificate authorization, that would also include public institutions in other states that wish to operate in Texas, but it may also include nonprofit schools that wish to operate in Texas. But most of them are proprietary for-profit institutions.
All right. Thank you,
Dr. Kelchin.
All right, thank you. So my research that you have a copy of looked at the 3 different federal accountability measures that, at least to some extent, look at finances at this point. Heightened cash monitoring has been in the news lately after the Department of Education released the list of colleges facing scrutiny, which they did publicly for the first time. And there are 2 levels of heightened cash monitoring, but both of them delay reimbursement for federal student aid. And actually that delay under the lowest level of heightened cash monitoring is what contributed to the collapse of Corinthian colleges last summer. So getting on this list of heightened cash monitoring is a big deal for colleges because it can really stretch their finances. But there are 2 other measures to look at. The first is the financial responsibility score, which basically measures private, nonprofit, and for-profit colleges' financial stability. And there are 3 metrics involved with that. There's a primary reserve ratio, which reflects the college's liquidity, an equity ratio, which reflects their ability to borrow more money, and finally a measure of net income, which applies to both nonprofit and for-profit institutions. The third measure is cohort default rates, which look more at the student financial aid portion, but what they also reflect is the ability of a college to get federal student aid. Because if a college has more than 30% of students leave the institution and default within 3 years, and that happens 3 consecutive years, the college can lose access to federal student aid. In reality, not that many colleges actually lose access. Either they can successfully appeal, or they decide to drop out of the federal loan program to keep access to grant aid. The next thing I'd like to talk about is how colleges end up under the heightened cash monitoring. The main reason colleges end up here is because of a financial responsibility score. Either they get a score below 1.5 on the department's 3-point scale, or they essentially fail a pretest, meaning they don't have sufficient financial statements or assets to even get a score. Other colleges end up under heightened cash monitoring for submitting financial statements late, which is primarily a concern among public institutions. Program review, administrative capability, and accreditation concerns are also reasons why a smaller number of colleges end up under heightened cash monitoring. So the path that I took in this piece in the Chronicle was to look at, do these three measures, financial responsibility scores, cohort default rates, and heightened cash monitoring, overlap? And the results are that heightened cash monitoring and financial responsibility scores overlap fairly well, in part because getting a low financial responsibility score typically means that you end up under heightened cash monitoring. But cohort default rates really don't line up well with either financial responsibility scores or heightened cash monitoring. I took a look at about 500 institutions facing heightened cash monitoring, and I also took a look at colleges potentially facing sanctions for financial responsibility scores or for having a cohort default rate over 30% at least once in the last 3 years. There were 1,150 colleges that faced concerns under one of the three accountability metrics, but only 26 of the 1,150 had concerns with financial responsibility, cohort default rates, and heightened cash monitoring. And of those 26, 3 are located in Texas: the Texas Vocational School in Victoria, South Texas Vocational Technical Institute in Weslaco, and the Matrix Beauty College in Houston. And all 3 are for-profit institutions. So what does this end up meaning? It means that accountability policies that the federal government currently has capture at least somewhat different elements of performance. Even though all 3 measure some aspect of finance, they're capturing some different things, including accreditation, including student resources, and including some aspects of management. What also will be coming to mainly the proprietary sector is gainful employment, which, unless the lawsuit from the for-profit sector is successful, is supposed to take effect on July 15th. And what that will add is, at the program level, the individual programs within colleges have to pass a debt-to-income ratio for their graduates, meaning that if their graduates have to pay more than 12% of their income to satisfy student loans each year, the college's department will fail gainful employment. And given that we don't have that program-level data publicly available yet, it's unclear how well that will correlate with these 3 currently existing measures. But what this also shows is that there are some concerns about how these measures are calculated and released. For example, cohort default rates don't apply to colleges which opt out of federal student loans. And a number of private for-profit and nonprofit colleges have raised concerns about how financial responsibility scores are calculated. And heightened cash monitoring is something that colleges will probably raise more concerns about now that their names have been made public within the last month. I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Excuse me, but due to a prior commitment, Dr. Kelchin will have to leave pretty soon, so if you do have any questions of him, please feel free to ask.
Dr. Tester?
Doctor, this is David Tischer of the Coordinating Board. Thank you for your presentation, and you bring up some very interesting points. I guess my first question is are these monitors and these metrics, are they predictive? Are we able to determine, as we look back in time, the institutions that failed, were they on the monitoring list for one or all three of these particular areas?
Not a lot of colleges actually end up on these lists and then fail. It's more common in the for-profit sector, but my research has shown that colleges facing financial responsibility issues are more likely to close, in part because if a college can't demonstrate financial responsibility, in some cases the accreditor will take action and pull accreditation. And there was a report by the Government Accountability Office in Washington that actually showed that accreditors take action more for financial issues than academic issues. But cohort default rates aren't very predictive because colleges just decide to opt out of federal student loans. And we don't know the implication of heightened cash monitoring because this is the first time the list has been made public.
So these may not be the best measures for us to track in order to determine which institutions are in danger of failing.
That's definitely a possibility, but the colleges on the list are probably more likely to fail than the colleges not on the list. But being on the list is not a guarantee of being at risk.
And it would seem that the federal policy of withholding student loans if you're on one of these heightened cash monitoring would take an institution that's in distress and put it further into distress by not allowing the student loan monies to flow so that they'd have a cash flow situation. Would it not? It seems like that's just the opposite of the public policy that you would want to try to strengthen an institution that was in danger of failing.
Well, the concern is that if a college has these financial issues, that they should have to front some of the money in order to continue operating, particularly among for-profit institutions. But that delay in reimbursing colleges for student aid is what primarily brought down Corinthian colleges this past summer with a 21-day delay.
So what led us to make this a major policy discussion today was our concern that students would be left high and dry with an institution that closed with no advance notice, no ability to get their transcripts, no ability to transfer to another institution, or with additional financial resources that they could not recoup. Do you have any particular pearls of wisdom for how we might make public policy in the state of Texas or administer this important responsibility so that the students would not be affected in a negative way?
I think the best thing to do is really try to work on potential teach-out agreements, where if a college closes, there are agreements worked out with other institutions to take those students. Otherwise, it's a challenge to identify the colleges that are not only at risk, but at a very high risk of closing in the next year or two.
Are there other states that you're familiar with that require the institutions to post some type of a bond that would actually pay for that teach out if they were to fail suddenly or without advance notice?
I am not familiar with that, but I know that states do occasionally require bonds in order for out-of-state institutions to continue operating, or that there are annual fees for investigations to check on financial stability.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Bobby? I'm sorry, Janelle, go ahead.
Are there any rules or trends or other states that demand transparency from the schools? So if I'm a parent and I'm going to go enroll my child, my student, in a school, is there any reason, or are they expected to say we are under heightened monitoring right now? Do they?
You mean, is there an almanac for?
Well, yeah. Well, but if a school's under this heightened cash monitoring, and they're at risk, I just think the future or potential students should have that warning.
Yeah, I think that's something that would be valuable. Mm-hmm. But I think it would take either state or federal action to put that on a site somewhere that's clearly visible to students and their families. Because right now, where the data is available on the Department of Education's website, it's tucked away in a pretty obscure corner.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Doctor, this is Harold Hahn with the coordinating board. Of the revenues that flow into these institutions, how much of it comes from the federal Pell Grant program? Is it 50%, 75%? What?
I would have to take a look at the exact breakdown between Pell Grants and federal student loans.
Okay.
But for many of these institutions, let's say tuition is $15,000 a year. The maximum Pell Grant is going to cover less than 40% of that. And if they are for-profit, they have to get at least 10% of revenue that's outside of federal grants and student loans. So for many of these institutions, loans are playing a larger role than the Pell Grant.
Okay, so between the Pell Grant and the federal student loan, that can make up 90%?
Yes.
Okay. So either the student has to come with that 10% out of pocket, or they have to borrow it somewhere else?
Yes, it has to be out of pocket, private loans, or veterans benefits, which do not count toward the federal contribution of 90%.
Rex, how does that compare to a community college?
If you include state appropriations, it is not uncommon for taxpayers at the state or federal level, or even the local level, to make up a very large percentage of the cost of educating a student.
Yes, at most community colleges, the Pell Grant alone will cover tuition and fees.
Okay.
Correct.
Members, any other questions? Doctor, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Dr. Sharon Bobb, who is an attorney from Washington, D.C., who has worked with this sector for quite some time. And you have two things. One is we have an audio presentation. She was called away at the last minute on a legal matter and was going to join us by Skype or by phone, but is unable to do so. She taped an 11-minute presentation. You also have a handout in your packet of a number of slides that will more or less accompany her 11-minute presentation. So we'll now listen to that.
Good morning. I'm Sharon Bobb from Powers, Pyle, Sutter, and Burville, and I have to thank Kathy Mayer for including me on this panel. I wish I could be there. I've provided my PowerPoints, which has a lot more material than I'm able to cover in the next 8 minutes that I've been given. And certainly, if there are any questions, I'd be glad to take them after the presentation. Let me go quickly through the agenda. I'm planning on covering legislative activities, the college rating system, recent regulatory efforts, and if time permits, other oversight agencies. In talking about RIA authorization, I need to explain that many things change each year, seemingly, because of the Budget or Appropriations Act, where the budgeteers and appropriators add items to the budget which change the Higher Education Act. For example, the Health Care Act of 2010 was in part funded by eliminating the FELD program. Here we have a recent bill that was enacted December 16th, the Appropriations Act for 2015, which affects the Title IV programs for 2015-16. And in addition to funding the Title IV programs, it added items that have nothing to do with money, such as adding a new item on the FAFSA so students could self-identify themselves as part of the foster care system. It also added a provision bringing back the ATB provision, allowing students to be admitted under the ATB requirements if they are part of the Ineligible Career Pathway Program. We don't exactly know what that means. We've been waiting for a Dear Colleague letter from the department since December, and the provision goes retroactively to July 1st, 2014. Many career schools would like to participate, but we don't know how limiting this requirement will be. Recently, on another matter, Since the Republicans are opposed to additional regulatory burden, Chairwoman Virginia Fox from North Carolina introduced a bill that would prevent the Secretary from enacting or enforcing provisions related to state authorization, the definition of credit hour, gainful employment, and teacher preparation. It also would prevent the Secretary from rolling out the college rating system. A companion bill was introduced on the Senate side, so it's likely the bill will pass, go to the President, who will likely veto it. In getting ready for reauthorization, we already realized that the past is prologue. Last reauthorization took 1 automatic extension, 13 legislative extensions, and 5 additional years. But both the Republicans on the House and Senate side indicated interest in developing a bill this year or next year. The House has already passed some bills last year related to competency-based education, increased transparency, additional counseling for loan counseling to help reduce loan debt for students, and simplifying the tax code so that all of the education tax credit programs could be rolled into one under the American Opportunity Tax Credit Program. Not to be denied, Tom Harkin, before he retired, who was on the Senate side, introduced a bill with his colleague Chris Murphy to develop a risk-sharing commission to provide more oversight for for-profit colleges. He hopes that Chris Murphy will continue the torch to provide additional oversight for for-profit colleges. Well, I bring this up to you since the Democrats are not in power now. It still will be part of the discussion during reauthorization. Lamar Alexander, who's the new chairman of the Health Committee, introduced a bill as soon as he took the gavel, which would reduce the items on the FAFSA from over 100 to 2. How many in the household, and what was your income in the household the prior calendar year? He wants to simplify the process, reduce the number of grants, loans, and work to one program each. He wants to see Pell Grant year-round and reduce overborrowing. He also called for simplifying the repayment plans. That same day, January 7th, Senator Burr introduced a bill that would simplify the 7 repayment plans we now have, bring it down to 2. Senator Alexander's plan is to have hearings in April, to bring up a bill in the summer, and to have a vote on the Senate floor after the August recess. So they're moving along. Their concern, which is the same on the House side, is the overburden of institutions, which leads to rising costs. In a recent report released by a bipartisan task force on the Senate side looked at the burden on regulations. The chairman of the committee, the Chancellor of Vanderbilt, said it costs them $14 million a year to ensure compliance with federal programs. Some of the report reflects on some of the provisions that add to the complication of administering the Title IV programs. My favorite one is return of Title IV, which has 200 paragraphs in the regulations, 200 pages in the Student Financial Aid Handbook, 2 additional items that were added in 2010, and 25 frequently asked questions to explain them. And there's the report. Coming at the end of the summer will be what the President announced as his initiative in 2013, the college rating system. He has been promoting the concept of increased transparency and which will in turn increase affordability. And if you go to the department's website, you'll see a list of all the disclosures available for each institution. I will move along on this, and you'll see some of the negative comments, including how are you going to measure schools with different missions and with different types of students, and it will encourage schools to not enroll disadvantaged students. So a framework was initiated in December, and it talked about the first iteration that will come out will basically compare 4-year institutions and 2-year institutions. So stay tuned for more information. I've included the metrics that are under consideration, and the department asked for comment on these metrics. We expect them to come out, the 2015-16 rating system to come out in August. Recent regulatory efforts have continued on the part of the department. Gainful employment rules, which were struck down by the court in 2012, were reintroduced in negotiated rulemaking, and now are planned to begin July 1st, 2015. I have more materials that explain the metrics that programs that lead to gainful employment will be reviewed under, but time does not permit me to go into them. Violence Against Women's Act amended the Clery Act, which is the Crime Report Act, and what this addresses is the increased amount of sexual violence and alcohol problems on campus. The department is still talking about releasing another notice of proposed rulemaking to relook at some of the program integrity rules, and there's current negotiated rulemaking on the pay-as-you-earn income development plan, which helps borrowers repay their loan according to their income. The president wants to expand this program to other individuals. I am moving through gainful employment, and I want to quickly stop at those program integrity rules currently under discussion. A couple of them are of interest to you, such as state authorization of distance education programs and clock to credit hour conversions. There is also discussion about the clock hour requirement currently in the regulations. Right now, if a state agency requires clock hours for a student to graduate, or a minimum number of clock hours to sit for a licensing exam, that program must be offered in clock hours, even though the accrediting agencies allow credit hours. So it's become a concern for many institutions, particularly if they offer the same program in multiple states. And I will end talking about increased enforcement on the part of other agencies other than the Department of Education. And certainly they come to the schools through program reviews, auditors determine program compliance, and there is also the Office of Inspector General, who visits colleges and universities, basically to determine if the Department of Education is enforcing its rules. Of course, accrediting agencies and state agencies provide oversight. The media certainly has become quite vocal. Current and former students, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that was established as a result of the Dodd-Frank bill is looking at servicing and private education loans and help contribute to the oversight on Corinthian colleges. State AG investigations. Recently, 9 AGs from various states sent a letter to the department urging the department to cancel those loans or discharge those loans for borrowers who attended Corinthian institutions. The Federal Trade Commission oversees misrepresentation issues and confusion about advertising, misrepresentation with regard to advertising and recruiting practices. The Department of Defense and veterans agencies have upped their program reviews in colleges. And finally, there is an interagency task force made up of many of these entities to oversee the activities of for-profit colleges. Thank you for this opportunity to meet with you, even though from afar, and any questions you have, I'd be delighted to take. Thank you.
I don't think there's any questions, though, right?
Well, Dr. Bob did express to us that if you do have any questions, if you will get those to us, then we can submit those to her, and she will be glad to answer them. And we'll get back to you with answers if you do have any of her. And now for our live panelists. we will.
Rex, before you go there,
yes, sir.
That was a ton of information. Is there anything that you think we need to really highlight on? Any particular point or points that she made that are of extreme interest in this discussion? I mean, there's a lot of information there.
Well, I think that she gave a really quick and a lot of a big picture overview of the federal regulations. I think as far as it concerns, I think there are two things to point out about that, and that is that every one of those regulations and rules that she talked about apply to all institutions of higher education, whether they be 2-year, 4-year, profit, nonprofit, and so on, in-state or out-of-state. The one thing that she did focus on that we've tried to address is this notion of state authorization. And you may recall that the board approved us going forward with a legislative recommendation for the state authorization reciprocity agreement, which has been now passed out of both the Senate and House Higher Education committees to ease some of that burden, which will actually allow institutions in other states to operate in Texas if they are fully vetted there, but it will also allow us to vet in-state institutions a little bit more. Gainful employment, and I think Mr. Valdez may have a little bit more to say about that later, but the gainful employment is still very much up in the air. There's another lawsuit, right, Jared, that's been filed against gainful employment, and who knows how that will go. The other interesting thing I thought was that Vanderbilt said they spent $14 million a year on complying with regulations, which even for me was kind of an astounding number. And I would like to point out that when we did some cost estimates of what it cost us to regulate, we figured it averaged about $630 per year per institution.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment too. Yeah, we're getting a lot of information here, but I think what this board wants to focus on, and it's in this outline that you gave us, is how can the coordinating board proactively ensure students will be protected in the event that an institution closes or terminates degree programs. That's really what I'd like to talk about today, with the focus, just like Dr. Tischer saying, being on the students.
Yes, sir, and I
don't want to get too far afield on all this policy discussion. At least that's what I'm interested in the time that we've got.
And I believe that each of our next three panelists will have something to say with that regard, as this actually becomes a little more focused on the regulatory climate in Texas, so to speak. And so our first speaker will be Anthony Beta. He joins us from ACES, which is one of our biggest accreditors. Remember I said there are 13 national or specialized accreditors, and ACES is one of the biggest. And the accreditation bodies provide oversight for institutions, particularly with quality control, but you also might recall from Dr. Elker's comments that accrediting agencies also pay a great deal of attention to financial stability as well.
So with that, I'll proceed. Members of the board, thank you for having me here to talk to you today. We can keep this conversation as informal and as informative as possible. Really, I want to just make 3 points. And the third point is the most important one, and that is the review elements that we use as an accrediting body when we're reviewing the institutions that we accredit, relative particularly to their financial stability and sustainability. But before that, I want to talk a little bit about our standing in Texas and our standing, ACICS's standing in the accrediting community. So in Texas, we currently accredit 41 colleges and schools. 27 of those offer diploma, certificate, or associate degree programs. 13 offer bachelor's degree programs, and we actually accredit one institution at the doctoral level. The enrollment aggregate of all of those institutions that we accredit represent in excess of 31,000 students under our quality assurance protection enrolled in institutions in Texas. I looked at the placement rates for those institutions. We have specific benchmarks as an accreditor of private independent colleges and schools in terms of their job placement performance. The aggregate placement rate for those schools in Texas was 73% last year, which is above a little bit above our benchmark. The most frequently offered programs by those 41 colleges and schools would be allied health programs, by far is the most common, business administration's close second, a lot of IT programs, and then probably the fourth would be culinary programs, which have become very popular in the last 5 to 10 years. And of course, we were recognized formally by the Higher Ed Coordinating Board through a formal review process. I think it was back in 2009. Went through a lengthy discussion about our standards, how those standards are applied, what kind of resources we bring to the table in reviewing schools. So secondly, our standing in the accreditation community, just to give you perspective, we've heard a little bit today about distinctions, about regional, about national, and about specialized. Just to clarify, if you go, and please do this on your own time when you get a chance, don't take my word for it, if you go on the U.S. Department of Education website, so they're the formal recognition authority for all accreditors in the United States, there's two categories, there's two lists. One is institutional accreditors, and the other is specialized accreditors. On the list of institutional accreditors are all the regional accreditors and all the national accreditors that the department recognizes, including ACICS. We've been continuously recognized by the Department of Education as an authority on institutional quality and integrity since 1956. We've been recognized continuously by CHIA, which is the other major independent recognition authority for all of the institutional accreditors since 2001. Those are the same two sources of authority that bestow recognition to the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, SACS, as we refer to it in the South. ACICS began as a private independent accreditor of small business colleges in 1912. We currently, again, to reiterate what was previously said, we are the largest national accreditor of degree-granting colleges and schools. We have about 900 colleges and schools throughout the United States, 47 states we have institutions, and we also do some international, 12 foreign countries. Our current scope of recognition, which means every 5 years, just like SACS and all of the institutional accreditors, we go in front of the department to demonstrate the sufficiency of our standards and our resources to apply those standards, and then they review and decide and confer. Our current scope is reliable authority on institutional quality for programs at the certificate, diploma, associate, bachelor's, and master's degree level. We're on a pilot project for the doctoral level. But let me finish that phrase, that lead to employment in professional, technical, and occupational fields. This is very important because accreditation has to be in direct alignment with the institutional purpose and mission of the institutions it is accrediting. It is a mistake for accreditors, particularly our kind of accrediting, to try to be all things to all people. We're focused on institutions whose programs and purpose and mission and organization is focused on outcomes that lead to employment in professional, technical, and occupational fields. Now, with that, let me get into the review element. So, how do we ascertain, how do we detect financial stress by these institutions? Of course, we are part of the triad, so we get notice from state authorities and also the Department of Ed, not always in a timely way, but there is a process by which we get notification if, for example, one of our institutions is being placed on heightened cash monitoring or some other conditioning of their access to either state or federal financial aid. That raises a red flag and causes additional review on our part. Regardless of that, all of our institutions, as a condition of being accredited, maintaining their accreditation, must submit an audited financial report annually. That's every year. And for the schools that are initials, that have not been accredited by us before, we also put their audited financials through an additional review before we even deem them eligible to seek accreditation from us. That financial stability is very important. We have a CPA on staff full-time, and we have members of our council, commissioners with the accounting and business background, to review those financial statements. What are they looking at? What is the rubric that they use? Very similar to what you heard earlier by Robert Kelchin. So we look at profit and loss increments. We look at current ratio. We looked at retained earnings. And we look at equity as a percent of total assets. We also review the narrative footnotes that are attached to those audited financials because a lot of times it has additional information about the quality of the earnings and the sustainability of the cash flow that is indicative of whether or not the institution is sustainable and stable. We also take note of any kind of pending litigation, lack of compliance with their 90-10 ratios, which was talked about earlier, or any other disclosures by related parties. So based on the application of that rubric, then the council makes a determination about whether or not, based on a scoring using this rubric, if the institution is stable for another year or if there needs to be some intervention before the next audited financial. What would some of those interventions be? Number one would be the requirement of the institution to file with us for our review and approval a financial improvement plan. Number two, we would require quarterly, not annual, financial reporting so that we can see in a much closer time frame if there's any further deterioration of their financial status. If it looks like the finances are not improving, it's going the wrong way, then the council has some actions, has some options for intervention. One would be a show cause directive. Secondly would be probation for financial instability, or ultimately revocation of their accreditation. Once the council's review of the financial stability reaches the point where a show cause directive is ordered, and that's when the school has to come in now, appear before the council, and the burden of proof is on them why they should not be placed on probation or have their accreditation revoked. At that stage, regardless of where they're at financially, the council also imposes the requirement of a teach-out plan for the council's review and approval. So we start planning for worst-case scenario at that point. Then the only other sanction that's available to this is that if the institution subsequently does close and does not successfully provide for the teach-out and the continuation and completion of education by currently enrolled students, the council has the option to order debarment of those individuals, either owners or primary operators of the institution, from owning or operating or being associated with an ACICS accredited institution going forward. Of course, that information is shared with all the accreditors and the department and the states in which they operated, so that those members of the oversight community also have the opportunity to impose additional sanctions or restrictions. And ACICS has debarred several individuals in the last 4 years for this particular reason, because the teach-outs were not adequately fulfilled. And in all cases, those teach-out plans were triggered by financial instability. And with that, I will take any questions you might have.
Mr. Beta, I have a question on the audited financial statements that you receive. Of course, it is useful in detecting problems to look at the footnotes, but also usually those accompanying an audited financial report would be a management letter?
Yes.
Do you all look at, or do you get copies of the management letters?
Yes, we do.
And of course, that's a great, you didn't mention that, but that's a great place to detect problems.
Yeah, so that would be one of the first thing we would review, but it is another important source of information. That's correct.
Right. And you mentioned this debarment?
Yes.
And you said over the last few years, several individuals?
Yes.
So how many, I wonder?
I was trying to go through our website. I think we're up to 7 since 2011.
All right, that doesn't seem like very many.
So those would be 7 discrete institutions as well.
Institutions.
Yes.
All right. All right, thank you.
We're running out of time, so I wanted to make sure that the next two panelists address the question that Mr. Steen raised. Do you feel that your oversight, your participation in overseeing this sector of higher education provides sufficient protections for students? That, to me, is a fundamental question that we'd like for you to think about as you speak.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Thomas Babel, who has previously spoken to the Higher Education Strategic Planning Committee, represents DeVry Education Group as their Vice President of Regulatory Affairs, and he will discuss his company's efforts to comply with the regulations and address the issue. Thank you, sir.
So first of all, clarify, we don't oversee the sector or anything, just oversee ourselves. Just a real quick introduction for DeVry Education Group, in case you're not all familiar with us. Among our collective organizations that we're parent to, we have 6 U.S. serving institutions of higher education. 3 are domestic. DeVry University, which I mentioned you're all familiar with, but also Chamberlain College of Nursing, Carrington Colleges. All 3 of those institutions have locations in the state. Then we also have 3 international institutions serving professional education. American University of the Caribbean, Ross University School of Medicine, and Ross University School of Veterinary Medicine. I'm going to just kind of skip the rest of my comments and really, knowing that we're short on time, and just jump to, I think, what we proposed as a solution that answers your questions on how do you better regulate and how do you know when there's potential issues. We've advanced an accountability framework over the past 4 years that we think would help solve a lot of the issues here. That accountability framework is based on two pillars. The first pillar is transparency into performance measures. Specifically, our students learning, our students completing or progressing in their studies, our students obtaining their educational objective, meaning are they getting into graduate school if that was their desire, or are they getting jobs if that was their desire? And then are they able to repay their loans? We think those are measures that really indicate the health of an institution as well as the health of its programs underneath it. So specifically in those areas, our students learning, there's not a universal test to measure whether there's learning, but there are certain tests that institutions can apply based on their program, based on their mission. Certainly, programs that lead to licensure, you have a real obvious test in licensure pass rates, and so we would suggest those should be very transparent. But also all schools should be required to actually measure learning. Do your students learn? Are they gaining some knowledge that they can take out into the marketplace or into further education? And so measure it and make it transparent and publish that data to both institutions, both their students as well as the regulators and those that oversee the organization. With regard to completion, I think I'm guessing you're all well aware of the limitations of the completion rate today. We think completion rate is a very important metric, especially for students enrolled full-time who have a desire to complete their studies. A lot of students don't have that same desire. They're coming for an education that just is a short sequence of courses that furthers their job skills, as well as we have a lot of part-time older adults are coming back and they don't have an educational attainment horizon that really parallels what our traditional students have. They're taking courses as they can. Ultimately, they want to complete. They don't know when that is. They just know they need the education to get better in their life, and so that kind of complicates the use of a completion rate in measuring those students. So we would suggest that you also measure successful outcomes. And so are students passing their courses? Are they getting a C or better in those courses? And so make it transparent as to what the course success rate is at the institution. Employment outcomes, that's just that. And graduate, what percentage of students who apply to graduate school actually are admitted to graduate school. We think that's an important metric, as well as what percent of your graduates go on to get jobs. You guys have done a great job here in this state in tracking earnings outcomes and for graduates of public institutions. We would just suggest you expand that to all institutions and make sure that everybody can report and see what programmatic outcomes look like. And then are students repaying their loans? And from a taxpayer perspective, it's probably more important to know is what percent of the principal on the loans are being repaid rather than in deferment or just not being paid at all. And then in relation, and the other pillar is our standards of practice. And so there are certain practices that we think are important as educational students. The first is fully informing students with information that is important to decision making, both the initial and the continuing students. So those performance measures I just talked about, but also things like costs. How are you going to finance your costs? Every student who comes to a DeVry institution goes through a financial planning session before they start school. They don't leave that financial planning session until they know what the full costs of their program are, what the first year costs of the program are, how they're going to pay for that, and what the implications of that payment, that financing is, meaning if I'm going to take on debt, how much that debt's going to be and what my monthly repayment's going to be after I get out of school. And further, as they stay in school, we this past year implemented a Manage My Loans portal that allows students to see on a real-time basis all of their education loans, regardless of where they received it. If they received it in another school, that gets populated onto the portal. And they can model out repayment plans. They can measure that repayment level against expected earnings in their field and know when they might be entering some sort of financial distress. We also think that all students should get a picture of what their academic plan is going to look like and their progress towards that plan. And at least annually, they should get a view as to what my progress rate has been towards my degree or my credential that I'm achieving, and how much wasted courses. We heard earlier today that bachelor's degree, that students in this state are spending 140 hours to get to a bachelor's degree. At DeVry University, it's about 126 hours to get to 120 hours. There's generally just 2 or 3 extra courses as a result of that plan. We also think that all schools should be providing students with trained and professional staff. Everybody should go through an independent professional development course and ensure that they're not just delivering their services to an institutional standard, but also to a normed standard across all institutions. All 468 of our student finance advisors have to be trained and certified in the student financial aid programs that they administer, and so do that. And then finally, we believe that all students, especially those most at risk, should have a financial safety net that protects them from a decision that they may not have been either fully informed or they may have thought they could attain. They were stretching, and we want students to stretch and enroll in school. But to the extent that we're open admissions, there should be a longer cancellation period that provides a student a full refund, so they're not burdened by a decision to stretch that just doesn't pay off for them. So I think that's our framework that we've advanced forward. We think at the end of the day, it does a lot of what it is you've asked. Is how do we assure that there are quality programs out there? We're transparent into outcomes, not so much into some of the other measures like 90-10 that Dr. Kelchin spoke to, that really aren't reflective of outcomes. But.
Questions? Okay, Rex, we got about 5 minutes to finish this up.
Okay. We'll hear from Jerry Valdez, Executive Director of Career Colleges and Schools of Texas.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here, Chairman Hahn and members. And Chairman, I bring you greetings from Randy Kirkendall and Bill Terrell in El Paso, Texas. The Western Tech has been a large part of the success of Career Colleges and Schools of Texas, which has led the way, being the state association for career schools and colleges going into close to its 50th year. You're given a handout now that is 2 pieces. One is a study, which I'll speak of quickly in just a moment, but I thought I might quickly say who we are and what we do and the role that we play with the state. But, of course, knowing that we have time, let me just direct you to a graph in your handout and also mention to you that we consider ourselves the Oversight Association for schools that train and educate the workforce of Texas and beyond, and advocate for our students and our graduates, which is the role we play. And we play that role very seriously at the state level, and we assist with our national association at the federal level in any way possible that they have. Page 3 of your document, I thought I would direct you immediately to, because it has two of my favorite graphics. One of which is where our students go to work. You'll see a number of chevrons and logos that are very familiar to you. But even more importantly, below, in direct response to Mr. Steen's question, and I not only have a response with, do we have sufficient oversight, but I do have a couple of suggestions I'll make at the end as well, sir. I wanted to direct you to the chart, and the chart shows that every entity that is touched from the moment that a school is conceived until it is authorized. And that chart will show you what is done at the institution level, including the municipality level. As a reminder, we are tax-paying entities and not, and so we have to go through some of those issues that are dealt with as well. You'll see the degree of institutions and entities and agencies that we have to see at the state level. Of course, the largest includes the federal level, and then even above and beyond that with OSHA, DOE, and the Veterans Affairs Administration. We are called a number of things. We are in statute sometimes called proprietary school. We're sometimes called career schools and colleges. The Huffington Post calls us evil for-profits. We don't think making a profit is a crime. But at the end of the day, and the most important point worth noting, is that our students call us their very first step towards success. We find ourselves being the last strip of the pathway, and if they fall off that pathway, they don't have a career, they don't find success, and they don't provide for their families. The demographic of our student, very briefly, is a good mix of both the working class and students right out of high school that feel that a 4-year or a 2-year isn't ready for them and may not be just yet ready for them, and it may not ever be ready for them. We take seriously the issue of closures, Mr. Chairman. We take seriously the issue of student complaints. But we want to stress this morning that not all closures are the same and not all student complaints are the same. I know the one that is most familiar to this entity and is one that, although they weren't a member of our association, my board of directors felt so compelled that we wrote a pretty widely distributed censure letter to Anamark and El Paso about the way in which they handled their closure. And I recall spending at least 3 days in 1 week, almost nonstop over a 3-day period, working to find placement for those students, not only in El Paso institutions that are members of our association, but in institutions in Santa Teresa, New Mexico as well. We worked very hard to do that. We ran into more regulatory and agency compliance roadblocks than we ran into more financial roadblocks by the way it all turned out. Real quickly, the association does make a concerted effort with our ethics and compliance and standards for our members. We have had instances in the past where members have been asked not to renew. Our bylaws don't necessarily provide for them to be kicked out, but the bylaws allow for them not to be renewed, and those suggestions have been made in some cases. We also have a pretty widely distributed list of ethics and standards on our website for what you have to meet in order to be a part of our association. And then the association does promote heavily the issue of financial literacy. We think the students should be told ahead of time just exactly that if you're allowed an X number of dollars, do you really need all of those dollars in order to perform your service? Do you live at home and do you not need lodging? Can we help you manage those? It's widely distributed and utilized through the Imagine America Foundation, which is a national nonprofit that works closely with our national association. And then, of course, our board of directors meets quarterly with teams from both the coordinating board and the workforce commission. Dr. Peebles and Kathy are a part of Kathy Merritt's a part of those. And we talk about all the issues that you've talked about today. So directly, and then lastly, we do have, and it was put in place by ourselves, instituted by ourselves 5 sessions ago, and is also taken seriously, is we put forth a presentation with the legislature to allow for 6 hours of continuing education credits for our owners and our operators and the top level staff of our career schools. And in those 6 hours annually, issues both at the federal and state level are discussed regarding some compliance issues, but also if there are trending issues related to closures, related to financial stability, we work closely with the vendors that operate those programs and lessons, and we alter their curriculum and make sure that whatever they're using in the continuing ed matches what is going on at the current time. Quickly, in closing, you have a document in front of you. It's actually something I stole from Anthony Vita, but I don't think he'll mind. ACICS spent a long time putting together. You have a printed version, but it was a brochure at one time that directly deals with the issue of underemployed in America, and I think it speaks to some of the faults that are being considered in the gainful employment issue. Not mentioned by the professor from New Jersey, and I don't know if it was purposeful or not, but as it's already been mentioned in the attorney's presentation, the original gainful employment was thrown out by a federal court. It was brought back again by the administration. There is a lawsuit currently in place to throw it out again. It's been described as strong, if not stronger, than the most previous lawsuit. We'll see what occurs. but it really lends towards what gainful employment is trying to accomplish. And just in short, I went to North Texas State University. I'm a proud Mean Green Eagle. I got a journalism degree, thought that journalists were too cynical, so I went into politics. But the issue worth noting is that if I had been swayed by the 1 o'clock lab band and I decided I wanted to go play jazz the rest of my life and blow off my student loans, which I didn't, but if I wanted to do that, in that instance, North Texas would have been dinged for my gainful employment measure, for my default rate measure. That is what is in place just for our sector and not across the board, and is in large part why we oppose that federal regulation. So to Mr. Steen's point, and in my closing, with regards to suggestions, do we consider that we have sufficient oversight? Of course we do. We don't welcome or would go out and seek more oversight simply because of the standards that are in place that aren't in place across the board. However, I don't come with just complaints, I come with suggestions. If two suggestions that might be considered as we coordinate closely with the coordinating board team is that perhaps we ought to look at either the existing number of hours that are provided for continuing ed and focusing them solely on where the Workforce Commission and the coordinating board see them as the most important ways in which we could be educating the leaders of our campuses to make sure that defaults, financial issues, and default rates don't occur. And then the second, the second would really be to have a further explanation and discussion about the current teach-out process. It is in place heavily at the Workforce Commission. It has not been utilized. And to go back to my point about not all closures are the same, we see the headlines, we see the high profiles. They don't happen often, and they don't always tell the truth. But there was an instance in Austin recently where a school, a long-standing school, through financial issues, closed its doors. And they went through every step possible and, in fact, had the Workforce Commission arm in arm with them in the room as they described it to their students and their faculty, and every step was taking place. But it didn't matter because the 5 o'clock news only showed them interviewing students in the parking lot as they were leaving. And, of course, that was the key for the plaintiff lawyers to begin their work, and it's something we deal with as well. So those are two suggestions. I will say that if a bond or if a letter of credit is further considered, I think that it would be something that we would want to be a part of and probably oppose. I don't have my board's complete approval in which to say that, but the three that were with us the time we had a meeting, we talked about it. We considered it sort of tipping over the edge. What was already been said, you don't want to put something in place that pushes them over the cliff. And as a reminder, because these institutions don't receive any state funding whatsoever, it's dealt with differently versus if you were going after some of the nonprofit schools that were listed in the recent DOE report for high default rates and cash monitoring that do get state funding through various grants and forms. So that's my presentation, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And I think I went about 8 minutes. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. Comments, questions?
I have a suggestion that these are all great topics, and I really feel like that maybe now staff, you kind of can come back to us in a committee session with recommendations based on really great presentations, and it's given us good background. So that would be my suggestion.
And Mr. Chairman, a comment. Something that came out today with Ms. Shepard, you know, you're taking it down to the practical level where you're talking about a parent thinking about, you know, helping a child with their education. I think that's something to look into, is to make that very accessible, the information on these institutions. So if an institution is financially shaky, somebody ought to be able to access that information, and it shouldn't be difficult to do.
We want to, Rex, do you have anything else?
Just a couple of quick comments. I think it's important to note that of the 300 plus institutions that the coordinating board regulates, the vast majority of them are good institutions, and they're solid institutions. Of the 3 or 4 institutions that were identified as being in all 3 of those sectors of cash monitoring, none of those are regulated by the coordinating board. Those are actually all regulated by TWC. And so, but just to reiterate what I started with, we have identified the reporting triggers, things like a pattern of student complaints, that we will use to increase our monitoring of these institutions. And then we believe that with the additional monitoring plans that we have going forward, including more site visits and follow-up reports, that we can address the issues that you've been raised. I do think that there's one other piece that does deserve a lot more attention, and that we have had a lot of discussion about and been working on, and that is the teach-out agreements and the connection that exists between us and the accrediting bodies and the institutions themselves as far as those teach-out agreements go, and how those work, and then will work to the best benefit of the students.
Well, go ahead.
But just to echo, I mean, to me, it's exactly what you said, Rex. I mean, I agree with the transparency part on the front and the teach out on the back. I mean, those are the two places that if we're able to really have good information and everybody knows that we're in a great spot. I mean, those are in my mind, we concentrate on those and we're in a good place.
I'd just like to say that, you know, whether you're a private, for-profit or non-profit, you make a tremendous contribution to the students in Texas and to the needs of employers, and we very much appreciate that. I believe our data does include that in closing the gap. So you play a very significant, critical part of making sure that we have a trained and capable workforce so that our economy can continue to grow. So we very much appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
What I hear is that a lot of great work is taking place. And we do have processes in place where we are able to recover from students if they are not paying their loans. We have processes in place, but what I'm hearing this morning is that there is a disconnect where a institution fails. It seems like there is, number one, not a process where we can rescue it, so that the students do get access to not only education, but even if they close, access to their records. There is a missing link here somewhere that Secretary Steen was trying to allude to, but I don't think we got any answers for that. If a bank is ready to fail, somebody comes in and rescues it and allows another bank to take over. Here, I don't think we have any processes in place where an institution fails, they just walk away.
Those records are usually turned over. The way the current system tends to operate is that when an institution does close, they make an effort, and almost as far as I know have always succeeded in turning those records over to some other institution that then takes on the burden actually of housing those records and in trying to make those available to students. We have had some discussions with both the Career College and Schools of Texas organization and with others about how to establish some kind of depository. We've also talked to the Texas Workforce Commission a little bit about some kind of joint depository perhaps, because a lot of colleges offer both certificates and associate degrees, and about how to accomplish that. There's a lot of logistical issues with that in terms of trying to blend different student record systems together. How could we actually produce a viable transcript, an official transcript, or at least a close to official transcript for students that come out of that? So that discussion is taking place, and one of the things that has gone forward is a bill to levy fees on institutions operating under certificates of authorization, and part of the idea behind that would be to help pay for the maintenance of such a repository for student records. So I think that the coordinating board, the TWC, and the institutions in Texas will all kind of come together to talk about that issue.
Very good. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us today. Rex, good job.
Thank you, sir.
In light of the schedule of some of our participants today, unless there's objection, we're going to take two items out of order. This will be matters relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, item 9C and 9D9. So, Janelle, if you would like to.
Yes, this is
take over
matter
this one.
of University of Houston nursing program, so I'll invite our guests if they want to come to the table. Item 9C1 is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the board relating to the request for a new degree program from the University of Houston for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in nursing. And board members, if you remember, this item was tabled at the March 25th cause meeting to allow the U of H and the U of H Victoria and interested parties to have a further discussion about the transition of the nursing programs. So we're glad to have today some leaders from the community and Representative Jeannie Morrison and I believe the Chancellor. Let me see, we have Roger Welder, Chancellor Renu Couture, Vic Morgan, Interim President, and Dean Catherine Tart. All right, thank you. And so I'll introduce the Chancellor first, and if you want to bring it to us, yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Commissioner, good morning. I'm Renu Couture, Chancellor of the University of Houston System and President of the University of Houston. And before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the presence of one of my other regents here, Regent Peter Taft, who is from Austin. I wanted to thank you for taking this item out of order. I wanted to also thank you for giving me an opportunity to come here and provide additional information, as well as I do want to thank you for your service for the people of the state of Texas and for higher education. We truly do appreciate. At the last meeting, there were several issues, and I thank Representative Morrison for bringing those issues. She was very generous enough to give time to meet after that meeting, and that brought, more clarity to our presentation and our answers. So I'm here this morning to just provide you some answers and anything else you may have regarding this UHV program, UHV's nursing program in Sugar Land that we are requesting to be transferred to U of H. So starting here with let's see if I can make it work. In February of 2014, the University of Houston System Board of Regents accepted a recommendation from a task force, and that had three elements here. One, make the University of Houston the exclusive UH system provider at the Sugar Land campus. Number two, create a destination university in Victoria. And number three, transfer the UHV School of Nursing to the University of Houston. When the board passed and accepted this recommendation, board made three conditions, and those three conditions, oops, where did it go?
They were on the bottom of that page you were on.
And now I was just, okay, there it is, sorry. The three conditions were no student will be left stranded in the process, whether in Sugar Land or Victoria or anywhere else. Secondly, no faculty contract will be violated. And third, the UHV will be furnished with the resources needed to build a destination campus. So we have been working hard since that time to try to see how do we implement with these three conditions that at some times seem to be at odds or sometimes extremely challenging. At this point, the rationale for transferring the School of Nursing to University of Houston, I wanted to give you those rationale. 74% of nursing students currently in the program, UHV nursing program in Sugar Land, take classes at Sugar Land site versus 8% currently at UHV in Victoria. 12 of the 13 nursing faculty are located at Sugar Land physically. Critical nursing facilities are located at Sugar Land that aren't really available at UHV. And clinical partnerships are primarily with Sugar Land, Katy, and Texas Medical Center hospitals. So the Victoria hospitals can't accommodate all of this School of Nursing students. So physically, we are kind of bound to have the program at that site. And also, the no pre-licensure program exists at UHV since it would duplicate the Victoria College pre-licensure program. So finally, UH has the capacity to build doctoral and research programs in nursing, which is very important because one of the things that we face in the state of Texas, actually nationally, is the lack of teaching faculty or with PhD in nursing. And so we would be providing that important resource. Benefits to students of transferring the School of Nursing to the University of Houston. I listed 4 benefits because we had extensive discussion about that. Why should we do it? One is there's a interprofessional clinical and academic courses with pharmacy and optometry that already are at the University of Houston. There will be opportunities for collaborative research at both undergraduate and graduate levels, and you will see an example of that today, the kinds of work that students are able to do, because I'm very proud to have that also as a feature presentation today for you as to, in terms of startup and entrepreneurial activities that are going on. Thirdly, the direct interaction with one of the most diverse healthcare systems and communities in the United States. And finally, acquisition of a globally competitive professional advantage through association with a Tier 1 university that we can bring to bear and raise the level for the entire system. In terms of impact, we were very careful because we had those 3 conditions. So I wanted to present to you that there will be no adverse financial consequence for UHV, its students or donors. The students currently enrolled in the UHV School of Nursing that are in Sugar Land will continue to pay the same tuition and fees once the program is transferred to U of H. So that has been already grandfathered and no financial impact. UHV will have more discretionary resources to invest in its destination campus since the School of Nursing is not self-sustaining in terms of revenue generation, and President Morgan can address that issue. So there's no financial impact of any revenue currently that was being generated from nursing program on Sugar Land site, and that's something that might get impacted. And finally, it is already stipulated in every single donor agreement that the donations made by the Victoria community will remain in Victoria, the foundation, which at this point are $1.2 million since its inception. And the donations that have been given by George Foundation to that remains within the Fort Bend to serve the Fort Bend students will remain at the Sugar Land campus, which is about $2.49 million at this point. So we made sure that there are no adverse impacts. I wanted to also highlight elements of the planning process for the School of Nursing transfer. It took about 8 months of planning process, 24-member working groups, including School of Nursing students, faculty, staff, and alumni, as well as community representatives, 17 subgroups assigned to develop action plans that address key transition issues, and 16 action plans developed that address such issues as tuition fee, enrollment services, student services, space, human resources, library accreditation, information technology, etc. And Dean Catherine Tart is here to address any of those things in greater detail. But I know I have been bombarded. I have bombarded her with all kinds of questions. Did you take care of that? Did you do this? And she's a very methodical person. In terms of the planning process and our communication plan, we immediately created a website to solicit community input and provide transparent communication. 14 written communications to School of Nursing students have been made during this planning process. There have been 20 face-to-face communication from Dean of Nursing with the students. There have been monthly School of Nursing faculty council meetings. There have been press releases distributed throughout the planning process. We had public meetings with the Victoria community on August the 5th, 2014, meetings with the Victoria Advocate Editorial Board on April 2nd and August 26, 2014. Meetings with the local community organizations, including Lions Club, Rotary Clubs, and so on. And I just wanted to bring one point here, and that is, Representative Morrison has really done a big big favor for the system as well, because one point I took away from after listening to the last committee meetings were that even though information may be out there, we really want on the same page. We didn't have the same information out, so we have taken steps to make sure we have information, it's consistent information to everybody. So the future plans for nursing at UHV. Planning is underway to establish a strong clinical nursing program at UHV, which is more suited to Victoria, and President Morgan can address that issue. We have a partnership agreement renewed with the Victoria College to deliver 2+2 baccalaureate program. We have a pending implementation of the new program. We know that the pending implication of the new program, UH will continue to serve nursing students located in Victoria. In other words, not a single student who is registered or enrolled in Victoria will be impacted at all. They will be able to completely, smoothly finish their programs because we cannot leave any student stranded, whether they're in Victoria or Sugar Land or anywhere. And finally, and I can tell you with more specificity and thanks to Representative Morrison, as of this morning, if this board agrees and we can get the expedited process from here, we could have the program going in Victoria, our nursing program that suits the needs of the Victoria and its communities as quickly as your July board meeting. So those are some of the things I thought they were important to bring it forward, but Regent Welder is here. Regent Roger Welder, I call my fabulous regent. My fantastic regent is in the back, Peter Taft, but all of them are great. But he's here with me he can address any questions you have related to Board of Regents. President Morgan is here in terms of UHV's program or any questions related to that, and Dean Tart is here in relation to any technical questions you may have about accreditation or licensing or students or faculty in relation to the nursing program. Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have a residence in Sugar Land, and I have been following this activity in quite a, I would say, detail, and I think it should be no-brainer for us to move forward on the request because it's going to benefit everyone.
At this moment, I'd like to ask Representative Morrison if you'd like to speak, if you had any words or...
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, and thank you, Chairman Shepherd, for when we met in your subcommittee. What I want to say is I think the issue has been the planning for the transfer has been very transparent, but what was going to happen at University of Houston Victoria was not communicated how that was going to happen. And so that was my concern when I met before your subcommittee. And so we never had a plan in writing of what was going to happen in Victoria. And these nursing programs were established in Victoria with UHV because we needed the nurses for our hospitals and all of our community for health care, but also the master's program because we had so many students that wanted to come and take nursing programs, but we didn't have the faculty is a statewide problem. And so that's why the master's program was developed for Victoria, UH Victoria also. And so what my request had been was, this is great. I mean, I know that you're planning for University of Houston system in Sugar Land, but it is the UH Victoria nursing program, and so you can't just take it and move it and not have a plan for what happens in Victoria. I don't know if any of you have been to Victoria recently to see UH Victoria. It is amazing how many students are coming. The population is growing so much, and we are outgrowing our facilities, as you know, and quickly and are in need immediately. But my issue was for my community, and to make sure when this transition happened, I have no problem with Sugar Land having their satellite for UH. But the whole issue was to no harm to my community and no harm to UH Victoria. And so what my request was to have something in writing exactly how this was going to happen and what the steps were going to be and the commitment from the UH system and also the coordinating board that this would be very seamless and there would be no interruption in what was happening on the UH Victoria campus. And so I want to thank Commissioner Paredes and David Gardner for helping so much in putting this together. Chairman Shepard, thank you so much, and your subcommittee for understanding where our community was and working with the UH system and Chancellor Couture and Dr. Vic Morgan and making sure that we had all this in place before we felt comfortable. Our community did not feel comfortable that we had the plan of how it was going to happen. And so we received a plan this Tuesday, step by step, from the Chancellor on exactly how we would have this plan happen. And we do have an agreement that the Chancellor signed this morning, and we have a commitment that if the program proceeds and University of Houston Victoria submits their plan to the university system board meeting for May, and we have a fast track, that we keep our programs, because we're going to have to go back and get new programs. That was the whole issue, is why did UH Victoria have to go through the process to get new programs when they were actually our programs? And so we have the commitment that that will be on a fast track from the University of Houston system and from the coordinating board to make sure this happens. And so that if this happens and everything's proceeding, that whenever the coordinating board has their next meeting in July, that it can be approved. And so it is with good faith that I'm accepting this proposal, that the UH system is going to do their work, and then the coordinating board is going to make sure that happens before you approve the transfer. And so we have signed that agreement. I mean, the Chancellor signed this agreement this morning. Vic Morgan signed the agreement this morning, and I'm accepting this, that this is a good faith effort, that this is going to happen. And I cannot tell you how much that the coordinating board has helped in this issue, and to make sure that this happens. And I'm really appreciative. Of course, I've been very appreciative of all of the coordinating's work for many years. But this is something that was very important to our community. It's been a very hard issue for us to be able to go through this transition for the last year and a half and not have it in writing. And we do have it in writing now as of Tuesday. And so I feel comfortable that this is the way it's going to happen to the coordinating board, that you will make sure that it happens or that it will not proceed. So I am in approval of this process as it stands with this agreement.
I move we make it happen.
I second.
I do have a little bit of I believe, tabled this or postponed it at our committee meeting. Bill is going to clarify for us. If we tabled it, we just need to take it off the table. So I need a motion.
Well,
right?
it was tabled. It was tabled at a committee meeting.
I think it was.
Right.
So I don't think that applies.
So it would either be Mr. or Dr. Tischer who would take it off the table
As
as a
committee meeting.
and then put the motion to the entire body. I move we take it off the table.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. So we.
We can make it happen.
Second.
All right. So we have, yes, Chairman.
I just, obviously, Representative, thank you very much. We appreciate hearing from you. Chancellor, thank you for working this out. I just want to make sure we do have a member of the Board of Regents sitting at the table. I'm assuming that the Regents are going along with this as well.
Yes, we're very supportive of the proposal.
Okay, so everybody's happy now.
And we are. I've had a conversation with David Gardner and about this, and we're prepared to do our share to fast track this and get it to the board at the July meeting.
And we just, the whole issue for Victoria is we don't want to see any student not having students for any period of time, because it's a very important program. Our hospitals are in desperate need of nurses, and in our community, as you know, we're expanding tremendously, and we have the opportunity, hopefully in the next month or two, that we have another big expansion coming to Victoria. So we don't want there to be a lag time in between. We need to keep the nursing program and have students be able to take the courses. And so I just applaud the effort that Commissioner Paredes has made to make sure this 2+2 program is instituted, and also that the UH system is saying that they will keep the master's program in Victoria, also keep offering that in Victoria also for students, so that we have the capacity to have the faculty also until we can get our own program approved.
So, board members, we have a motion and a second on the. Are there any questions? If not, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion passes. We also have item 9C2, which is a consideration of the staff recommendation to the board relating to the request for a new degree program from the University of Houston for a Master of Science degree with a major in nursing. This is the same situation. So we have a motion from a committee member and a second from the committee member to take it and move it forward to the board. Correct?
Yes.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes to bring it to the board. So now I need a motion and a second for the board.
Second.
Have a motion and a second from board members. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Chairman, may I say something? Representative Morrison, I just wanted to thank you for your role in this, and you're a great advocate for higher education in Texas. We appreciate that. But I've just been impressed at how diligently you've represented your community, and I just know, and Mr. Welder, you'll agree that, and Mr. Morgan, you're just so fortunate to have such an effective representative. And anyway, I compliment you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Steen. And it's just, I am so, as you say, so committed to higher education and want to make sure that University of Houston Victoria is so successful. I feel that we are addressing a lot of the closing the gaps issues in our community and also for the state, because we have students coming from everywhere. And I was talking this morning about a young woman that came from El Paso because she did not want to go to school in El Paso. She came to Victoria, and she's doing very well and very successful. And I'm just so amazed at what is happening at this institution. And we have a lot of growth that's going on in the community and in the university. And I look forward to continue supporting UH Victoria, making sure that we have what the state needs and also that our surrounding community in a 100-mile radius plus the whole state needs. But thank you so much, and thank you for all that you do, because we know that higher education is the future of our state, and we need to make sure that we have all those opportunities for our students. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Moving on to another agenda item, out of order. If you'll look at your agenda, item 9D9. We're going to do this for the convenience of several leaders that are on a very tight schedule. This is a consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request for a new degree program from the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, for a Doctor of Medicine degree. So we'll ask, let me see who we have here today. Let's see. Yeah, I've got the list.
It's Fernando
Hernandez. Here it is, Dr. Guy Bailey and Dr. Francisco Fernandez. Very good. We're so glad you're here with us today. And we'll ask Rex Peebles to introduce us.
Thank you. As you pointed out, this is for the approval of the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley Doctor of Medicine degree. I will defer to my esteemed colleagues here if you have any questions for this proposal.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your help and consideration of this. This is quite an event for the entire valley, and something that's been long anticipated. Dean Fernandez, who was actually hired before I was, and has done a terrific job in putting the program together, and so we're very pleased to bring this forward. Dean Fernandez, anything you want to add there?
I was going to wait to hoot and holler after I heard the vote, but I want to thank you for your consideration. We are, as Dr. Bailey mentioned, very early on when I first met him, it sounded like he had borrowed a phrase that is commonly used in other settings. But this is the toughest job you'll ever love, and it really has been. Every day I joke about how I'm so excited.
I'm not sure your microphone is on.
I'm terribly sorry. Frank Fernandez. the founding dean of the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley. I often say that I'm in the Valley that I'm so excited that I feel like the Pointer Sisters. I just can't stand it. Hide it, that's right. Thank you, Mr. I'm about to lose control, but I promised,
Hoop and holler, the dance step.
and the phrase goes, and I think I like it, but I promised Dr. Bailey and everybody at UT System that after 38 years of psychiatric training, I will remain in control. So thank you very much.
I think be appropriate for Dr. Tischer to make the motion.
I would like to ask a question, if you wouldn't mind. One of the major focus areas of this coordinating board over the last several years has been the lack of adequate GME spots. Can you address how your institution is going to do that to ensure that your medical students, upon graduation, will be able to train in your community and stay in your community and provide health care in that community as opposed to traveling somewhere else and never coming back?
That's a terrific question. I'll let Dean Fernandez answer, but I want to say he's been really out front and actively involved in this. I'm very proud of what he's achieved so far, but I'll let him elaborate on that.
As you know, there have been 2 programs that are in existence in the Valley, 3 actually, if you include the family medicine program, which is not a UT-RGV program. It's an independent program. But we have the internal medicine program that's been at the Valley Baptist Medical Center, as well as the McAllen Medical Center Family Medicine program, both of which received approval for expanding. So the first expanded class will be July 1. And we have 42 new residency positions that will be starting also in July 1 in family medicine, internal medicine, surgery, and obstetrics and gynecology. Psychiatry is not far behind, but will likely be 2016. And also looking at neurology to also possibly be to follow. But I think that we will have a total of 160 or so by the time, and upwards of 200 by the time that we roll around to our graduating class.
I'll make the motion we approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any more questions or discussion? Yes, Rainer.
I would just like to say that ever since I came back to Texas, I've been hearing about one of our highest priorities has to be to unleash the potential of South Texas and the Rio Grande Valley. Heard that a lot from a prior chair of the board, Bob Shepard, whom you both know well. And I'm so excited about this new university and what it can do for the Rio Grande Valley and for the state of Texas. And Dr. Fernandez, I want to give you a belated welcome to Texas. And President Bailey, welcome back to Texas.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your support.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, as the newest member of the board and living in McAllen in the Valley, I'm very proud and very thankful for Dr. Bailey and Dr. Fernandez and their leadership. And I know the community down in South Texas is very proud, and we are very excited about this board. And so I'm thankful that they're here and thankful for their leadership for not only South Texas, but the entire state of Texas.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you for everyone in the Valley. Woo!
Thank you, Janelle. Okay, we're going to move back to agenda item number 5, recognition of excellence. The recognition of excellence is meant to showcase models of excellence within the education community and highlight the outstanding work of our faculty and administrators and institutional programs around our state. I want to invite our next speakers to the podium. Lata Ramchand. I got close, huh? Dean of the C.T. Bauer College of Business, and Dr. Edward Blair, Chair of the Department of Marketing and Entrepreneurship. Also, Ken Jones, Director of Undergraduate Programs at Wolf. Okay. Of Wolf Center of Entrepreneurship. Casey McNeil, I believe, has been replaced by Cassandra, help me with the last name, Wang, co-founder of Re-eCycle, and Eric Baidoun, co-founder and CEO of WaveStream Incorporated. We very much appreciate your willingness to share with us the success of the Sylvia and Melvin Wolf Center for Entrepreneurship and to be recognized for excellence for the Wolf Center. Who would like to go first?
Greetings from the Sylvia and Melvin Wolf Center for Entrepreneurship at the C.T. Bauer College of Business at the University of Houston. My team and I, as you can tell, this is entirely a team effort. So we are really privileged, feel it's both a privilege and a pleasure to be here. We want to thank this board for inviting us for this recognition. I will briefly introduce the members of our team. And instead of just listening to me, you will have the pleasure of listening to some of the other members on this team as well. And we will promise you that we will keep it to 10 minutes. And we hope that you will ask us questions after that. With that, let me introduce the members on my team. To my extreme right here, we have Dr. Ed Blair. Ed is the chair of our Department for Marketing and Entrepreneurship. Sitting next to Ed, we have Eric Baidoun, a recent student graduate of the Wolf Center for Entrepreneurship, who now runs his own company. Sitting to my left here is Cassandra Huang, who is also a student, a recent graduate, who is a part of the team that now has her own company, also running her own company, came out of the Wolf Center. To my extreme left, we have Ken Jones, who is director of our undergraduate programs at the Wolf Center for Entrepreneurship. Also joining us today, and they're seated at the back. I want to recognize the other members of our team. We have Hassam Panahi, who is the founder of Red Labs, which is an accelerator that is set up at the Bauer College of Business. I have some staff members with us, Program Manager Kelly McCormick, Daniel Ponder, Carolyn Schaefer, and Nikki Evans, who are here to write about the wonderful work that this group does. And we have some very special people that I would love to recognize. In many ways, it all started here. Literally, it started here in 1995. It was the vision of some of our founding members, one of whom is actually here with us today, but it was the approval of this coordinating board that really led to the creation of this program. And I say that because at that time, in 1995, there were very few, if none, in terms of the number of programs at the undergraduate level in entrepreneurship. And it was your approval of this vision that we had, your support of that is really now seeing full circle and come back here today for this recognition. So I really want to thank you all for recognizing what at that point was something very new, very innovative. Joining us today is Bill Sherrill, who is one of the founding members. I consider the founding father of our program in entrepreneurship. Bill is seated right there at the back. And interestingly, Bill is a former governor of the Federal Reserve System. He also is what we consider a rare commodity these days. He's a World War II veteran, a Marine, whose war ended when he was wounded at Iwo Jima. So please join me in recognizing Bill for his vision. The Wolf Center, what makes the Wolf Center and our program very different is that it's not just run by a bunch of academics. I am an academic, but I think what makes us really different is that it's a program that's entirely community-driven, exists for the community, to serve the community. We have over 250 community mentors, business leaders, entrepreneurs, bankers, lawyers, wanting to groom, mentor, support 80 students. Literally, we have 3 mentors per student standing in line to mentor our students. This does not happen just out of an academic ivory tower. It happens because we have people in the community that support us not just in terms of writing a check, but support us not just in lending their name to the center, but support us in actually being there on campus to applaud us when we do well, to help us when we struggle, and really to be with us all along this journey. And I could not be more fortunate in the fact that we have with us here today Sylvia and Melvin Wolf, whose name is on our Wolf Center for Entrepreneurship. Sylvia and Melvin, would you please stand and be recognized? Sylvia and Melvin, yes, they did write us a big check. But in addition to that, they have a huge emotional investment in our program. And that shows up in so many wonderful ways. Every year, gentlemen and ladies on this panel, there is only one school in the country that goes with 20 students to meet Mr. Warren Buffett in Omaha, Nebraska. Just one school in the country that gets to participate in every year in meeting Mr. Buffett. This would not happen again because academics created a program. It happens only because a gentleman by the name of Melvin Wolf goes with us on that bus, goes with us with our students, counts the number of noses on the bus so that we are all in line and stay on track, and takes us on this journey. So we really understand what entrepreneurship is all about. I could talk about this program for 22 hours without pink tennis shoes, but I will let the other members of my team take over. With that, I will ask Ken Jones, who is the director for our undergraduate programs at the Wolf Center, to introduce our students. And then from there on, Dr. Ed Blair will talk about the program and present the slides. Thank you all once again.
Morning. Oh, thank you. I think that the best evidence of what the program really represents and the kind of results that it generates is to, rather than ask the questions, let's give you the answers, and have 2 of our different student teams discuss in 1 minute or less what they've been working on and the opportunities that now present. So first, we'll have Cassie Longo with her company Recycle.
Imagine a resource you depend on every day and that clean energy technologies rely on. Imagine that China controls 97% of the world's supply of this resource, continues to reduce exports every year, and has the power to completely stop exporting altogether. This is what's happening to neodymium and dysprosium, 2 critical rare earth elements that are essential to our low-carbon society. Hi, I'm Cassie, co-founder of Recycle. Recycle is the first company ever to profitably reclaim neodymium and dysprosium from discarded electronics. Neodymium and dysprosium have magnetic properties that can create the strongest, most efficient magnets ever invented, neomagnets. These lightweight neomagnets are used in all of our consumer electronics. They also make our Prius motors zoom and give electric motors, or wind turbines, our electrical buzz, sorry. Recycle creates value by reducing dependence on foreign supply, reducing the carbon footprint by recycling from waste streams, and increasing value by increasing the revenue streams for our suppliers. Thank you.
Next up will be Eric Baydoun with a company called Wavestream. I guess you've changed the name.
Yeah. Hello, my name's Eric Baydoun, and I am CEO of Wavestream. We're a global team dealing with a global problem, and that's access to clean water. Wavestream manufactures a nanomaterial coating that enhances existing filters. It removes heavy metals, harmful chemicals, radioactive ions, viruses, and inactivates bacteria, all through a simultaneous and cost-effective solution. We're business to business. We are targeting water filter manufacturers. Our initial target market is the residential market. It's a $14 billion industry and it's growing at 12%. We do not make water filters. We make water filters better. We are Wavestream, redefining the meaning of clean water. Thank you.
So as to better explain, the university now has a program that aligns itself with the intellectual property community of the campus and the STEM side. And we take these patents or pending patents and monetize those under license agreement and put these students in business. And it's been really quite successful. If I can, I'll go to the slide deck very quickly. As you can see, first of all, WCE, or the Wolf Center for Entrepreneurship, is very student-centered. Its mission is to promote entrepreneurship for the benefit of our students and our communities. We use experiential, real-world activities and mentoring and community interaction to develop personal as well as business skills. Our program lasts 18 months. It's a very lockstep program, and it's very difficult to get into now, which is, I guess, a good compliment to the program. Over the last 25 years, almost all of the private sector jobs have been created by businesses less than 5 years old. We foster and support that adage and try to create as many as we can to try to eliminate any excuse they might have not to be successful and put them out in the workforce. And it's been quite successful to date. Here's what we do. We have introduction courses to plant the seed for the widest possible audience throughout all of the campus at the University of Houston. Undergrad major now builds these potential entrepreneurs. So if you get in the program, you can get a major now in entrepreneurship. We also have grad courses that serve our grad students on kind of a one-off basis at this point for entrepreneurship. We've extended this reach to the STEM groups throughout our entire campus, and it's been quite widely adopted and endorsed. And we have so many wide-ranging extracurricular and mentoring programs. In our program, every student gets a one-on-one mentor for a 2-year period of time. We have roundtable mentors. We have so many. I think one of the greatest advantages, which we're helping other schools around the state doing, by the way, is expand this mentor program and understand how that works. Without going through the entire litany of this list, our experiential activities include business plans. We work with the School of Design and monetize their primarily commercial or individual-based product lines. We have business plans for all of our University of Houston intellectual property portfolio. We enter in many business plan competitions. In fact, I leave in an hour to go to California, to the largest one in California. It's called California Dreaming, which would be kind of an interesting competition. We've done quite nicely there in the past. We negotiate and train on term sheet negotiations. We provide every one of our students internships, all paid, in line with their area of interest. We do a program called Wolf Fest, where we, in 3 days, the kids have to form a business. There can be hostile takeovers. There can be anything and everything, but they must serve food amongst other scenarios. It helps us generate capital, but it does a good job. We just ended it last week. In 3 days, we generated $123,000 in cash flow, which was quite successful. We have a great accelerator program now called Red Labs. We are doing that this summer in conjunction with Rice University. We're combining both, and we're doing that at the Texas Medical Center's accelerator facility, which is huge. If you've not seen that, it's 127,000 square feet. We have a Bayou Startup Showcase, which is at the end, the culmination of that 3-month period of time, where there's great display. It was wildly attended last year. Almost 500 people showed up to see what new technologies might be coming out and where people may want to get an early interest. We have a Cougar Venture Fund, which is monies that students make decisions on as almost a sidecar fund to go on other real deals that are invested, looking for actual returns, and continue to self-perpetuate that fund by the returns those investments will make, and more. So that's pretty much highlighting almost the 250 mentors that are now in our program. Evidence of our success, Princeton Review has ranked us either 1, 2, or 3 over the past 6 years, 7 years for BBA programs undergrad. We are the number 1 ranked public institution. Babson College is number 1 this year, for example. Their tuition rate's hovering around $60,000, and ours is a little less than 10. So on a value basis, it's a pretty good deal. Our business plan competitions this past year, and we were also ranked quite nicely by Mashable, 15 top colleges with powerhouse programs. As you can see on the listing on the slide, it's quite a nice group to be mentioned with. Our business plan competitions last year, we've been 30 podiums in the last 13 years. Last year alone, we won 4 competitions with 4 different teams with 4 different ideas. We had 9 podiums, 6 wins in total. And we won the top prize at the Department of Energy in Washington, D.C. in clean tech. I will say that we were the first team in the history of that program with women, with minorities, and all undergrad. So that was quite impressive. I mean, it was quite exciting. So here's some examples of some of the teams and how we operate. But that should give you kind of a nice rundown, I think, on the level of our program and what we try to achieve. Thank you very much.
Questions for us? I'd like to invite every member on this board to come visit us. Come visit us during Wolf Fest. Come sample our burgers. Just walk through the college and see what we're doing. If you're in Houston or if you're not, just come on over.
And to that point, if you would share with us those dates, because I'm sure all of us would find that if the opportunity presents itself, fascinating to be able to be there. And I'm just kind of listening to everything that you've shared this morning, and obviously hugely impressed. And to be where you are in those rankings and the creative programs and the creative companies that are being created out of this program is very exciting for all of us. I'm blown away by the great work that you're doing. Congratulations.
I should mention one thing. We have created an organization statewide called TUNY, Texas University Network for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. And there are now 17, I think we'll just put another, 17th school on. And what that does is we share best practices amongst all the schools in Texas so all boats can rise, because this concept is somewhat challenging to teach. And so that's been quite successful that I thought you ought to know about.
Approximately how many students do you have enrolled?
Well, through our intro courses, almost 3,000.
Okay.
In our specialized program, a total of approximately 80.
Okay. That's wonderful.
Dean, I was wondering if we could hear, I know we're pressed for time, but hear from Professor Blair.
Absolutely.
What would you like to hear from Professor Blair?
Well, I figure you came all the way over here from Houston, and we want to get your thoughts.
Well, I would have been the slides initially, but in the interest of trying to keep under 10 minutes, we thought we'd just consolidate that with Ken. But my thoughts are that we do a terrific job. As the slides indicated, we're student-centered, and we're real-world, and that's our college in general. Today we're here to talk about entrepreneurship, but we've got programs in real estate, sales, a variety of things. The common denominator is we try to take advantage of the fact that we're in a major metropolitan area where all the students have to do is walk off campus to interact with the community. I mean, where else could you get 250 mentors, for example?
Well, we're very impressed by your presentation, very impressed by your students. Or I guess, are you all no longer students? You're already graduates. All right, good. And, you know, we often have people come speak to us, and they're given time limitations, and they almost never follow them. And I was amazed that you all did take 1 minute, and you conveyed a lot of information in 1 minute, and that's a skill in itself. And then just how honored we are to have the Wolves here. And also, Mr. Sherrill, it's just such an honor to have you here with us today. given your distinguished career in war service and everything else, we really appreciate your coming over today to be with us.
Thank you again. It's a wonderful program. I'm just sitting here, Cassandra, trying to figure out how you get those little rare earth particles out of all that stuff. But we'll talk more about that. Okay, thank you again. Any other questions? Jerry?
I just really wanted to commend you. You mentioned in the rundown of the program that you do paid internships. I just wanted to say that from the student perspective, that really relieves some of the stressors that come along with internships, although they, unpaid internships can be very, very valuable. But I just really wanted to commend you for realizing that paying them is also really relieves a lot of the stress from the student side, and I just want to really commend you on creating that as part of your program.
Very good. Thank you again. Congratulations. The next agenda item is number 6, matters relating to the Agency Operations Committee, chaired by Dr. David Tesher. For this meeting, David requested that we move this section of the agenda immediately after the recognition, since he will have to leave early today. So, Dr. Tesher.
Good morning. During the AOC committee meeting yesterday, the committee members heard an update on the board's legislative appropriations request with the 84th Texas Legislature. They heard a review of the year-to-date fiscal year 2015 financial report. They also heard an update on the loan management system upgrade, an update on the RFQ process for bond counsel and financial advisor, discussion of standard number 114, the auditor's communication with those charged with governance, an update on the state of Texas federal portion of the statewide single audit report for the fiscal year ended August 31, 2014, report number 15-313 issued on March 2015 by the State Auditor's Office, an update on the Texas State Auditor's Office final report, an audit report on financial management processes at the Higher Education Coordinating Board, and an update on internal audit and compliance monitoring activities. There was robust discussion and a good dialogue. These items did not require any action. However, one item with regard to the Texas State Auditor's Office report did have 3 findings, of which management agreed with all of those 3 findings, and we've asked CFO Ken Martin, who's been assigned as lead staff, to give us a report at our next meeting on the implementation of those management agreements, as well as to have Mark Peel, follow up with an audit that ensures that those are being instituted. We did not have anyone registered for public testimony today. Our last agenda item under the agency operation was consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to interest rate reduction for the student loans issued by the Hinson Hazelwood Student Loan Program. Ken Martin, the Assistant Commissioner for Financial Services, and our CFO will present this information for this item. I want to commend Ken and his team and really the entire coordinating board on a landmark ability to really benefit our students, a historical low loan program that really offers value and really is the best in the nation. I think this presentation will prove that, and it offers us an opportunity to therefore lower the interest rate even further than it already is. Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Tusher. Members, Mr. Chair, the item here is just discuss and seek your approval for a reduction on our interest rate for our loan program. But what I wanted to do is provide a brief overview, and I will go through these slides fairly quickly in the event of time. So if there are any questions, please feel free to stop me as I go through it. 2 items that I do want to touch base on. One is our cash flow, how we came up with our analysis and factors considered to make sure that what we are recommending is adequate, as well as we'll have a discussion on interest rate and how that aligns with other entities throughout the country. So our cash flow analysis, we perform the cash flow analysis annually, and we take a look at several factors, a few of which I will touch base on. And we work this with our financial advisor. They have a sophisticated software program that's required in our RFP every time we have this. And they look at several factors, and basically at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is just make a review that our cash flow for the program, we have enough cash coming in to meet our debt requirements of the future throughout the remainder of the program. A couple of the factors that we look at are here on the screen. We look at our default rate. So we want to make sure that we have an adequate amount listed for taking into consideration loans that we expect in the future that will default, as well as origination fee, earnings, etc. And we look at two items. One, we look at it with the current interest rate of 5 1/4. That's what we currently are issuing today, as well as our projected reduction rate, and to make sure that all of those factors are still in line from a cash flow perspective. So the cash flow results, the coordinating board can meet all of our debt obligations on an annual basis with the cash flow projected coming in each year, and we had positive cash flow each year as well. Within our loan program, as we receive repayments from loans, excess cash that's higher than what's required for our debt for the following year can actually be transferred back into our loan funds and then reused for either operational loan program or for additional loans. And basically it makes it a debt-free loan, so our cost of capital is reduced, which allows us to lower our interest rate as well. Couple factors to consider when we look at interest rate and we look at student loans. On the right is our program and some of the major factors within there. On the left are some of the other loan programs that are out there. On our right, it's a deferred repayment program, so the student gets a loan. Let's say they get a loan each year, the first, second, third, fourth year in school, assuming they're a 4-year graduate, and they would have deferred repayment. They would not make any payment on that loan until 6 months after they graduated. It is a fixed interest rate and it is not credit based, so it's regardless of the credit rating level, it is the same fixed interest rate for that individual. And we also do not capitalize the interest. But looking over on the green section to the right, there are programs out there that are similar to ours, of which I will discuss and show you some comparisons of our interest rate, as well as there are programs that have immediate repayment. So you can go get your loan on your first year, but you also have to start making payment immediately back on the loan while you're going through school. That can be sometimes a financial burden on students who have to work, what have you, just to be able to make their debt payments while they're in school. Some of them are credit based, where the higher the credit, the lower the interest rate. Ours is not. They also have variable interest rate, either to prime or to LIBOR, London interbank offer rate. And then we have capitalized interest, some capitalized, where the interest is then added to the principal at the end of the period, and your future interest is factored against that higher principal balance. So a couple comparisons here to some other entities throughout the United States that within states that offer loans that are fixed interest rate, deferred, comparable to ours are listed here. You can see Maine at 7.5% and Indiana down at 5.66. So you can see at the 5 1/4% interest rate we're at today is already the lowest that we can find for a comparable product. And our financial advisor they see various different programs as well, and they say the same thing. They do not see where we are the lowest right now. Where we're projecting to go is 4.5%. So all loans future issued in June would have an effective rate from that point forward of 4.5%. And that is what we are seeking approval. I'm happy to answer any questions.
So this was passed unanimously from the committee. It comes before you as an action item. I'll need a motion to pass it. And a second? Any questions of Ken? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Mr. Chairman, I give you back the gavel, and I thank you for accommodating my schedule.
My pleasure. You know, it's kind of marvelous when you look at these numbers, a 4.5% rate on a student loan. And obviously in Texas we do take higher education pretty seriously, and we are trying to keep costs down for the students. So hopefully that'll make a difference.
I don't think there's a better run loan program in the country.
Yes.
committee agreed on that yesterday.
Yes. The next agenda item is number 7, matters relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, chaired by Bobby Jenkins, Vice Chairman Jenkins, and I guess Chairman, actually, so go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hahn. We've got a couple of issues to cover this afternoon that are very, very important, very, very exciting, and so I look forward to a little bit of the conversation that we'll have in a couple of the presentations. Agenda item 7B is public testimony, and we do not have anybody signed up for public testimony. Agenda item 7C was on the consent calendar. Agenda item 7D was also on the consent calendar, which brings us to agenda item 7E, which is a report on facilities projects that were submitted to the coordinating board. Susan Brown, Assistant Commissioner of Strategic Planning and Funding, is available to answer questions, and we had just a couple of projects that are in your book for the agenda. And Susan, do you want to address anything?
I did want to mention that there is one that shows approval, and as most of you know, that the coordinating board no longer does approval. We have the one from Stephen F. Austin, which is the energy savings contract. There is a bill that has been introduced and has actually passed the House and onto the Senate 599 that will actually take that away and provide that to where SECA, the State Energy Conservation Office, will be handling those from now on. It was our recommendation. It was in line with the sunset recommendations from last time, that the facilities go over back to the institutions, and this does that same thing. And so I just wanted to make you aware. That's why you actually do have one approval, because when they were cleaning up the language, they forgot one section of the language. So that was all I wanted to talk about.
I have a motion and a second. Any other it says no action.
This is a no action.
So we're not
I just wanted to let you know. You don't have to vote on this one. Yes, it was at a staff level anyway.
Okay.
So
the board doesn't need to approve it.
you don't have to approve it. I just wanted to explain why you saw an approval.
Why we still have it on there as opposed to us not doing that anymore.
Right.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Susan. Agenda item 7F is an update on the Texas Higher Education Strategic Planning Committee activities. Dr. David Gardner, Deputy Commissioner, Academic Planning and Policy Chief Academic Officer, will provide an update. This is an informational item, but Dr. Gardner, as we keep moving along the continuum, we're getting to where we have some really exciting information to share with the board.
Well, thank you. It is exciting. We've had a lot of great help. As you know, we have a wonderful committee led by Woody Hunt and Larry Faulkner and another 18 members who are very dedicated. You all know that we've had speakers come in regularly. You actually have before you, I see some of you looking at it, a draft plan. This is about the third or fourth draft. And what you'll note is, which is the right button, here we go, 60 by 30 text. I mean, this is our working title for the new plan. It focuses in on, 60% of our Generation Texas will have a post-secondary credential or degree by 2030. You recall that this really ties into our first goal, which we will quit calling educational attainment, but we will call that goal specifically 60 by 30, because that goal is all about having the statewide population being educated at the levels necessary. And we've talked about that before. I won't go into this in detail. For those of you new to the board, I'd be glad to spend several hours with you on this or answer more questions today. But we've been doing well. Larry Faulkner actually talked to our CAP committee to provide detail directly to that committee. And unfortunately, neither Larry Faulkner or Woody Hunt could be here today. But they've been really instrumental in this process. In terms of the committee's recent and upcoming meetings, we've had a whole series of meetings in which have had two people from either outside the state or even outside the country give them overviews on key topics. The last meeting, they focused on speakers from the governor's office and the House Committee on Higher Education talking about their ideas about planning, and it was a very productive meeting. But really for 3 meetings now, the committee has spent an immense amount of time reviewing the targets. Every number that's in there, I can assure you, the staff has spent a lot of time explaining, going over, adjusting with the input to that committee. We could, if we wanted to, probably add a 50 or 60-page technical document to go along with this. But the committee's been really very diligent in thinking through everything. Is it achievable, but is it at the same time still aggressive in moving Texas forward? The final two meetings, they'll focus more particularly on the strategies you see at the end of each section. We could still, there's opportunity for ideas. The strategy behind the way we plan is to have some key strategies from a statewide level that can make a difference but still leave a lot of the actual detailed decision making to individual campuses in terms of how to best perform, achieve these goals. I will say, I met, the commissioner was still at House Higher Education, so I met with the Council of Chief University, Public University Chancellors and Presidents last night. And afterwards, several of them were telling me things that they already are doing related to marketable skills. So I was really encouraged to hear that some of them are already embracing some of this. One campus mentioned they had seen an earlier draft of the plan, and that president actually has brought together individuals and groups on the campus to begin to address these goals and think about what they can do. So I'm very pleased, and as usual, the institutions are really stepping forward, even yet before the plan is developed, to look at some of these things. Just to remind you, the goals and targets specifically, not the plan, have been shared in a wide range of areas already. Our college town hall, which is an online site, African American Summit, our undergrad coordinating board committees composed of faculty and administrators, with our undergraduate education advisory committee has seen the goals and targets. Our graduate education advisory committee, and I mentioned earlier, CAP had a presentation from the Larry Faulkner. Most recently, Mr. Jenkins talked to the State Board of Education, shared the basic structure, and we received good feedback from them. And you see other groups that we've talked to. I just mentioned briefly, this whole process started with our leadership conference with regents and trustees fall a year ago, not this past fall, with input. We met with them again last fall. This has been a very inclusive process, but we still have work to do. We're now going to distribute this same draft to the presidents and trustees, faculty associations, chambers, parent-teacher organizations, student government associations. We didn't have their email addresses, but we found Ginger Gossman found an organization in Florida that has all of the student government email addresses, so it's actually being distributed thanks to colleagues in Florida. Now, we're going to have some additional efforts to focus our message. One is we're going to have a statewide webcast on the overall plan, but we're also going to have specialized webcasts on each of the goals for people who want to talk more about those individual goals. We're going to prepare a 10-minute video overview of the plan and its goals, and we've been fortunate enough to identify a local radio and TV personality who's offered his services free to be the personality of this, Mr. Jenkins. So we're looking forward.
He's so famous.
Yeah. That is non-paid.
It is non-paid.
They cleared that up right up front.
Everything else he does here. We're also developing a PowerPoint overview of the plan. Kelly Polden and External Relations is helping us with this. So it's important that when we go out, we have a consistent message. We're going to have, a presentation that's developed in different lengths, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So depending on how much time, you still get the key points into that. We'll have scripts available, and we found actually the presentation of Larry Faulkner was so good, we're actually using that as the basic structure for that presentation. He gave us his permission to use that. It was wonderful. And so I think it's important to point out as we go forward, if you adopt this plan, in July, what we're doing now is just the beginning. The commissioner asked me some weeks ago about what kind of budget we had for informing people about closing the gaps, and I said none. And we're taking the same approach. It's going to be another year and a half of you guys and other people going out meeting with regents. When you're invited to speak, we will be able to provide you with information to do this, but a lot of word of mouth, one-to-one going out. Our staff know that whenever they're invited to state meetings, they will have this as a key part of the plan. So whatever the final plan is, there'll be a considerable amount of time spent to getting the word out and answering questions. And And one thing we've learned from that process already, when our limited presentations of this, we're taking notes. What are the things that we're not explaining well? So we're honing our message as we go along. That completes my presentation.
Any questions of David?
Yeah, so I like the fact that you're going back out to the stakeholders again with this, I guess, a final draft, even though we understand that things may change in there. What is the timeline to release those materials and request feedback so that we can gather that and the board can actually look at those final comments before we do the final adoption?
The drafts, some paper copies have already been distributed. Electronically will go out by the end of the week to hundreds and hundreds of people. And the exact date we finally decided on that we require feedback, I think, was May 29th. Gives people plenty of time. We will get feedback before that. It will give time for that information to go to the final strategic planning committee the 1st of June. In the meantime, we will provide you with that feedback. We're going to aggregate it, the feedback as it comes in significant clumps, so that you're not overwhelmed. If we got 1,000 responses by reading each one, we'll bring them together somewhat in themes and let you know who was responding. But we will get that to you. You can't anticipate what you will hear. We're hoping that our main input will be in terms of, is there some key strategy that we haven't identified? The strategies are very important. Thus far, we've gotten very good feedback from the goals. I can tell you, we've also shared this with RAND. We've shared it with NCHIMS, the National Center for Higher Education Management Systems, Complete College America. I'm going to share it with Tom Bailey at Columbia today. I just received a book from him, and he works in this area. I think he's going to be excited to see this. So we're getting feedback from out of state as well. Georgetown, we've asked the folks at Georgetown to look at it. So in addition to the in-state folks, we're looking for feedback everywhere. So
will it come back to the CAP before it goes to the board?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, you'll need time to have feedback, and even if it's not fully sorted through, we will have as much of it done as possible by CAP. I think we'll be able to have all of it done easily. But we wanted to make sure the institutions and everyone else felt they had adequate time to respond. So this gives actually more time than we give for many things we send out. But it's important that people have an opportunity.
So, Dr. Gardner, just to compliment you on the outstanding work you're doing, this is an important project. And you set out a schedule at the beginning to accomplish all of this, and I'm understanding that you're on schedule.
Absolutely.
Okay. And just looking over the draft, I think the word that jumps out at me, or the thought, is that this is a bold plan.
It is.
And I like that you're taking that approach, and just a couple of comments on that.
Well, you can't make progress if you're not bold. Years ago, I read some French futurists who talked about the fact if you can't imagine a better place, you'll never get there. And so we're imagining where Texas needs to be successful. And that's been the emphasis of the planning committee all along. It was emphasis with closing the gaps. And I can tell you that the committee looked very carefully at one of these. They wanted, on one hand, to make sure that it wasn't impossible, but at the same time that it was bold. So we had the committee leadership was very good. The commissioners always stressed being bold. I think this agency has, and to achieve this will be important. Now, we've talked a lot about, and I think this is important to remember, as bold as we think this is, if we approach it the way we did with closing the gaps and we discover we're having more success early than we thought, we will recommend to you that we, increase the goals, make them even more challenging. And I think that's the real strength of this board historically, is that it takes a plan, it doesn't put it on a shelf, it actively engages it, and it pays attention and makes adjustments. Those of you more new to the board may not know that in 2000, if you looked at our enrollment projections, if we did everything the way we've been doing, we would have expected 230,000 more students. We asked for 500,000. People thought that was impossible. Then we got new data, and we presented it to the board, and the board adjusted to 630,000. I'm anticipating that this board will do the same thing as data comes forward. As the commissioner stated, we're very data-driven, and the only way this will really work is that you pay attention to it, at least initially at every meeting, that we talk about it some and see what we're doing, and we will look to some of our processes to see if we need to change things. I anticipate we may want to modify our program approval process to include marketable skills when they come forward. But thank you. But everyone's responsible for this. And I should say we have a lot of staff who have spent a lot of time generating analyses for this committee. And at least every Friday, tomorrow we'll be in a 2-hour meeting again going over data, whether it's directly related to this, but other things. But we'll be looking at the plan again. So thank you for that comment.
And I do think that that's a great point. This is a great example of the coordinating board and staff working together with this Blue Ribbon Committee. I think the combination of the two of us coming out of this is something that we're obviously all very excited about and all very proud of, but it's just a wonderful example of those two groups working together, supporting each other, being creative, coming up with the bold plan that we have. And I think our opportunity is to figure out how we deliver this message out there. I mean, this is something in my mind that everybody in the state of Texas will be able to understand. It's straight, when you say it's bold, but it's straightforward. I mean, people will get this. And so the opportunity to deliver that message is something that I think will cause a lot of the public to really get excited about it and really feel positive about higher education. So I look forward to getting this message out there when we pass this in July.
I appreciate you making that remark. The only way this board can function is if we work closely with groups like the Strategic Planning Committee, because we couldn't have done it alone. I don't think they could have done it alone either. So you'd really have to work together. And I don't think we can thank them enough for their time and effort.
Anything else? David, thank you very much. Agenda item 7G is an update on the Coordinating Board's legislative priorities for the 84th Texas Legislature. John Wyatt, Director for External Relations, will provide an update. And John, thank you for being here. And this is for an informational item. But lots going on, to say the least.
To say the very least. Just to give you an idea of how hectic it is, even as I'm updating you here, I'm getting updates regarding our priorities and what's happening with them. So it is definitely a busy season down at the legislature. So I'm going to provide an update on the board's legislative recommendations working off of the document that you're getting now, that spreadsheet, as well as some legislation that is not recommendations but is important for the board to be aware of. As you may recall, you adopted 3 recommendations as your Tier 1 recommendations, these being your major priorities for major policy or budgetary changes. Your first recommendation was to institute outcomes-based funding for public universities. This was the recommendation generated by the Formula Advisory Committee, which would allocate funding, a portion of formula funding among institutions on the basis of 7 student success metrics. And specifically, the recommendation was to have a pot of funding of $235 million on top of the enrollment formula to be allocated. There was legislation introduced, SB 22, by Senator Zaffarini, that would have put that into statute. In addition, riders were included in the House and Senate appropriations bills in what's called Article 11, which is the wish list. So that means that those are not active riders. Sort of the feedback that we got regarding this recommendation was there was some hesitancy in the legislature, particularly in terms of finding new funding to be able to do this. And what we found was that there was instead momentum behind an alternate proposal that Senator Seliger advanced called performance-based tuition. And the idea behind that legislation, which is SB 778, is to have institutions measured on certain success measures, and they would be required to meet targets on a majority of those measures. So under the current version of the bill, 6 out of 11 measures they would have to meet certain targets on. If they met those targets, they would be able to raise their tuition as they see fit, which they currently have that authority in statute. If they did not meet those targets, then they are restricted to raising their tuition to no more than the rate of inflation. So from Senator Seliger's perspective, instead of using formula funding as kind of the lever for incenting institutions to perform better, he's using their ability to raise their tuition as the lever to pressure them. The introduced bill has gone through several changes to reflect input in part from the coordinating board. The student success metrics that were recommended by the Formula Advisory Committee are all in the bill. That was accomplished in the committee substitute. The coordinating board is required to engage in negotiated rulemaking to define the metrics, so to define the specifics of what those metrics are, as well as to define how institutions will submit information to verify their performance. The one sort of outstanding issue with the bill has been how those targets are set for the institutions on the metrics. The concern has been that currently the bill has boards of regents determine for their institutions what is the benchmark they have to reach on each metric in order to be successful. And what the commissioner communicated to Senator Seliger was that creates the incentive, obviously, for the boards to set relatively modest targets so that they can easily achieve them and maintain their ability to raise tuition as they see fit. Senator Seliger has expressed publicly that he is interested in having a process that sets rigorous targets on those metrics. And we understand that he is working on a floor amendment for his bill that would involve the coordinating board in helping to develop or at least set standards for what those targets are going to be. That bill, it's passed out of committee. It is eligible for the floor. As you know, Senator Seliger, unfortunately, was in a motorcycle accident this past weekend, so he has not been able to return to work yet.
And so it's still 6 of the 11 targets? Is that still the benchmark?
That's correct. They would have to reach the institution would have to reach their target level on at least 6 of those 11 metrics.
And then point out, we should point out that Chairman Zerwas in House Higher Ed has filed the same bill. So clearly when you have the 2 chairs of the chamber committees promoting the same bill, it's got a high likelihood of success.
And the House version is HB 3293. The second legislative recommendation that you had was to authorize certain community colleges to offer baccalaureate programs in applied science and nursing, subject to several conditions. The House vehicle for this is HB 1384 by Representative Sarah Davis. This was heard in the House Higher Education Committee yesterday. The committee actually heard this as well as several other bills that take a more piecemeal approach to authorizing community college baccalaureates. HB 3836 by Representative Giddings, which would authorize community college baccalaureates in early childhood education. There's also legislation by Representative Clardy, HB 3348, which would authorize a community college baccalaureate in dental hygiene. These bills were all heard in committee yesterday. The commissioner testified regarding HB 1384. And to my knowledge, there was not a single witness who testified against this legislation. All of the witnesses were either in favor or on the bill. And the Senate vehicle is SB 271 by Senator Ellis. That has not been scheduled for a hearing yet. And then your final Tier 1 recommendation was to support a tuition revenue bond bill. As you know, it's been since 2006 that there's been a statewide TRB bill to authorize projects at campuses. Legislation has passed the House. That's HB 100 by Chairman Zerwas, which would authorize approximately $3.1 billion in tuition revenue bonds. Senate Bill 150 by Senator Seliger has passed out of committee and is eligible for the floor. That bill would authorize about $3.03 billion. So they're very close, but there are some differences between the bills that they'll have to iron out before it can be finalized. The remaining items on there are your Tier 2 and Tier 3 recommendations. Rather than go through the entire document, I'll just hit some highlights, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Number 4 was your recommendation to have the legislature authorize the review of fields of study and the development of programs of study at community colleges, public high schools, community colleges, and technical colleges. That legislation in the House, HB 2628, actually just moments ago passed a third reading, which is the next to last step to it actually passing the House. So we expect that tomorrow it will actually be adopted by the House. Number 5, regarding replacing the Top 10% scholarship program. Currently, the Top 10% program in statute does not reflect the program that we operate. The program that we operate was created by Budget Rider, and so the statute does not reflect that program. And our recommendation is to actually put that program into statute. The House vehicle for that, HB 3844, was heard in House Higher Education yesterday. And then the Senate version has already passed out of committee and is eligible for the floor. I'll point out number 10, relating to surety bonds for private for-profit institutions of higher education. This was a recommendation that arose out of the conversation you had in December at the CAPS meeting and the January board meeting regarding making sure that students at private for-profit institutions are protected. And we talked to several legislative offices about that and had internal conversations. And I think there was a recognition that this was an issue that really warranted a much deeper dive, which is why we had our major policy discussion this morning with Assistant Commissioner Peebles. And to be frank, there didn't seem to be a lot of appetite in the legislature for this kind of legislation. I know there was a concern that because there's already a federal requirement in this regard, that this would be unnecessarily punitive to these institutions. So with the consent of the chairman and the vice chairman, we withdrew this as one of the recommendations we pursued. And then I'll finally note number 14, which is relating to collecting fees for certificates of authorization. This is, as was mentioned earlier, this is the process by which we approve for-profit institutions in Texas, and currently we do not have the authority to charge fees for that purpose. That legislation was heard in the Senate Higher Education Committee yesterday, Senator West legislation, SB 1655, and it was left pending in committee. And then finally, I'll just note a few items that are not on the list of recommendations but are important. Yesterday, the House passed HB 700, which is legislation by Representative Helen Giddings, which would remove the Beyond Time student loan program from statute. And what this legislation would do is students who are currently in the program would continue to be eligible as renewal students, but beginning this fall, no new student would be able to enter the program. And then the provisions that permit the program would be removed from statute. There is no Senate companion to this bill. However, the Senate can simply take up the House bill now that it's passed and move it. If you look at the introduced appropriations bills, the House version only has renewal funding for Beyond Time students. The Senate version actually had some money for initial students in the introduced version. So it's a bit up in the air where that's going to come down between the Senate and the House, what they want to do with Beyond Time. Another important piece of legislation, SB 1819, was heard in the Senate Subcommittee on Border Security on April 6th. This is the legislation that would remove the current statutory provision that allows some undocumented students to be considered residents for higher education purposes. It was considered and approved in subcommittee. The commissioner did testify on the legislation. It was approved by the full committee, the Veterans Affairs and Military Installations Committee, on April 13th, and is eligible for the floor, although it has not yet been scheduled for the floor. There are versions of this in the House that have been introduced, but no House vehicle has been heard as of today. And then the final item I'll note is that last Thursday, the Senate Nominations Committee considered the nominations of our board members who have to be confirmed in the current session. Even though we have several members who are up for nomination, the committee only asked that Ms. Alcala testify. And she must have done a wonderful job on your behalf, because just this morning the committee voted favorably on all of the board nominees. So we do expect that those nominations will come to the floor probably next week. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions of John? Well, keep up the good fight. Hang in there.
Thank you. Will do.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Susan.
I was just going to give you a quick update on the formula funding and where that currently stands. As of right now, on the House side, the health-related institutions are at an 8% increase, and on the Senate side, it's a 7%. And then UT Rio Grande, the medical school, that was just approved. On the House side, they have a $31 million special item, and for the medical special items. And then on the House side, on the Senate side, there's nothing except maybe Article 11. And then for the medical school academic sector, on the House side, there is nothing except in Article 11. And on the Senate side, there's a $25.7 million item. So we'll see. That will probably come through conference, and they will get something, but who knows what at this point. The universities, they came back from the original bill, and they both added, I think, 3%, 2% on the House side and 3%. So the general academics have a 6.8% overall increase on the general academics on the House, and a 7.2% on the Senate side. And then for the technical colleges, there is a 4% increase on the House side and a 2.2% on the technical side. With the community colleges, the good news we have there is that on the House side, on the Senate side, they actually are funding the success points based on the increase in success points. So there is a 6.8% increase on success points. Unfortunately, because of the decrease in contact hours, there's overall a 2.2% decrease, but they are funding the success points, which is really good. On the House side, they are keeping the 90-10 split. And so the funding is about the same, but the way it's being allocated to the institutions is different. And it's very important that the institutions see success points as a win, and that is happening on the Senate side. So that is our good news on that one.
Any questions?
I'm sorry, I'm going to correct quickly one thing I said earlier. I had said that our career college fee bill was left pending in committee. It was actually passed by committee yesterday and is eligible for the floor.
Anything else? Great. Thank you all very much. Agenda item 7H1 was on the consent calendar, and Mr. Chairman, that concludes our portion of the board meeting.
Very good. Members, do you wish to continue without breaking for lunch right now and move ahead, have lunch when we finish? I know you have to leave, David, at some point.
I don't have a problem continuing on.
If there's no objection.
Chairman, what about a 5-minute break? Come back.
We can certainly do that, John. Does anybody have any
in honor of the
objection?
5 minutes, come back.
Okay. Do we need to vote on that, or is everybody willing to just go take a break? 5-minute break. We'll continue on. Session. Next item is agenda item 9, matters relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, chaired by Janelle Shepard. Janelle, I think you had a request also.
Right. We're going to take another agenda item out of order. We have item 9, D7 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request of a new degree program from the University of Texas at Austin for a Doctor of Medicine degree. We have Rex Peebles to introduce, and I believe Dr. Sue Cox, MD, Executive Vice Dean of Academics and Chair of the Medical Education, is here. So, Sue, if you'll come forward. Thank you. Rex.
Thank you. This is a recommendation for approval of the UT Austin Doctor of Medicine degree. And, hi, good again. Good to see you again. And so if you have any questions, I will let Dr. Cox answer those.
Which agenda item is this?
This is agenda item 9D7.
Would you mind telling us a little bit about the program, what you're doing?
Okay. That's a real open-ended question.
Yes,
it is.
is.
How long do y'all want to wait till
Is your microphone on? Is your microphone on?
If you get too long-winded, we'll let you know.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Sue Cox. I'm the Executive Vice Dean at Dell Medical School, and we are creating a 4-year MD degree with a real innovative curriculum. It's a 1-year preclinical basic science foundation curriculum, 1 year of clinical medicine, a year of innovation and leadership, and then the final year, which is electives and time for them to do interviews for residency. So we're going to be turning out kind of the next leaders. Interestingly, we've incorporated a 2-year longitudinal community and preventive medicine clerkship. It's a 1/2-day experience per week through the second and third year. We think that will increase interest in primary care, continuity of care, and we think it'll make our medical students better physicians because they'll have this longitudinal experience with a single physician.
And you're projected to have your first class enter?
We hope to have, with coordinating board approval and LCME approval, our first class would be recruited this summer to start in July of 2016 and would be a class size of 50, and we plan to stay at 50 for the first, if I had my say, forever, can't keep it, but we probably will end up increasing sometime after the final LCME accreditation, which would be 4 years later.
Dr. Cox, when you're looking at that incoming class, tell me about Texans. Are you giving preference to Texans as far as admissions?
Well, with the coordinating board rule that 90% of the class be Texans, so 45 of our students will be from Texas, or they may have gone to college elsewhere, but they will be considered Texans.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Cox, I have a little concern about your curriculum that you're not doing any of the clinical clerkship rotations until you get into that 36 months. And how is that going to impact folks in their ability to choose what particular specialty in the residency because of that timing? Typically, you do that clerkship stuff on about 24 months to 36 months, pretty much have your mind made up by the end of that third year and know where you're going. How is that going to work within your framework?
And our clerkship months are year 2, from 12 months to 24 months. They'll have an option to do 2 electives in their third year before they start their innovative and leadership curriculum, and then they'll have elective time in the fourth year. So we think our students are going to they'll be making their decision in the third year what they want to do when they grow up rather than at the end of the third year when they're starting to do their electives for their subspecialties.
Okay. And one of the areas of concern of this coordinating board has been the lack of graduate medical education opportunities. There are currently GME opportunities in the greater Austin area. What is the plan for Dell to create new GME opportunities beyond what already exists here?
Wonderful question. As you know, we have 16 residency programs here that Dell Medical School sponsors in Austin area with 270 residents. We're going to be expanding by adding at least 4 to 6 programs over the next 4 years, and those are mainly in primary care. So our number of residents that are in primary care will be 50% and then 50% non-primary care.
So will the residency expansion equal or be greater than your enrollment, more than 50 additional spots?
Well, another good question. We will be adding at least 40 spots in the next 4 to 5 years, which doesn't equal our enrollment. But remember, we've been here now for 5 years adding spots. We've gone from 160 residents 5 years ago to 270 now.
But those weren't UT Austin residents. They've been transferred from other UT programs. Am I correct on that?
That's correct. From UT Southwestern to Hill Medical School.
Yeah. So do you believe you would actually look outside of the Austin Metroplex area to put additional residencies if you're reaching capacity? Because if you're going to expand to 200, obviously we're going to have to. Yeah, that's our concern. Is right. We got to look at the state as a whole. Right. We understand your concern is the Austin area.
I think there are untapped resources in Austin for residency programs. I could envision looking outside of the central or the metropolitan area for a pediatric internal medicine program, because I think they could get real good training at other sites. But I think we'll probably focus in the Austin area.
And I have a very good friend of mine who's your new chairman of surgery, Dr. Kevin Bozick.
I won't hold that against you.
I hope you wouldn't. He's reformed. I haven't quite picked out a pickup truck, a hat, or a gun for him yet, but I've welcomed him to Texas.
Probably needs all those.
I had actually advised his wife to do that. But quite seriously, he and I have had some conversations about the innovative things and the ideas. I think you're going to bring an opportunity for future clinical scientists in that regard. Can you kind of explain to the coordinating board how you make those kind of unique physicians and how they're going to be important for the future of our state?
Another great question. In our third-year curriculum, it's really kind of an individualized curriculum, so the students can decide to get a dual degree. Many medical students now want to get a master's of public health, so we've got that opportunity. A master's of biomedical engineering, which would attract orthopedic surgeons type folks, and other master degree programs we're working on. We're also creating a curriculum around what it means to be a leader. How do you become a leader? We all finished our residency and we're told, go out into practice, and we didn't know first thing about the business of medicine, first thing about leadership or how to run a team. And we're doing a lot of team training, so I think that's going to differentiate our students from others.
Congratulations. I'll move approval.
Second.
Board, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. We are going back to the original agenda, and I don't believe we have any other public testimony, do we?
No.
All right. So we've taken 9C1, 9C2, 9D1 is on the consent calendar. 9D2 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request for a new degree program from the Texas A&M University Corpus Christi for a Doctor of Nursing Practice degree. Rex.
Thank you. This would be only the second fully online DNP program in Texas. It would be a postmaster's program as well, with concentrations in family nurse practitioner beginning in the third year and executive leadership concentration beginning, in the first year, and then executive leadership beginning in the third year. So as you can see, there are a couple of contingencies that we put on this program to try to ensure that enrollment is healthy and viable and that the institution is proceeding somewhat with all deliberate speed, I guess, but to help ensure the quality of the program. And the institution has been very cooperative about this and looking at those kind of requirements. It's a 40-semester credit hour program beyond the master's degree. So it fits in with all accreditation and alignments and so forth. And as I said, it would be the second one purely online program in Texas in DNP, and it is the only one in that region of the state of Texas as well. And we have folks here from Corpus Christi if you have any questions.
If you have a question.
The president.
Yeah.
Since they're here, maybe we should call them forward, don't you think?
We have Dr. Flavius Killebrew, Dr. Eve Lehman, Dr. Mary Jane Hamilton, Dr. Paul Meyer, and Dr. Chris Markwood. I do want to say that the DNP program with the leadership basis is very much in a market need right now, and I just think this is a great way to really develop leaders for hospitals, but for health organizations. We're seeing insurance companies really want these kinds of leaders. So, any questions from the board?
Hey, this is really a question more for Rex. It really is not specific to the institution, but the current online program that we have, is that maxed out? Is that reached capacity as far as enrollment? Or is, again, the rate limiting factor the amount of faculty and a faculty to student ratio more than anything else? And that seems a common theme in nursing education.
Yes, they're pretty much at maximum. They might be able to increase a little bit, but from our contacts with them, they are kind of at their limit.
And so this institution, they would come up to a maximum of 25 enrolled within the 5th year. Is that what I'm looking at on the pro forma?
Yes.
Would you be able to go beyond that? Or, again, is it the limiting factor is faculty? Maybe is okay.
Maybe for sure. We have, Dr. Eve Lehman, the Associate Dean for Graduate Nursing Programs and the developer of this program. In terms of networks and potential resources, there's a possibility we could go up to 35, I think, but we want to make sure that the product that we create is contributing as we expect them to, and then would build as we see what we're doing.
So because of the online component, your students would not necessarily have to live in Corpus. They could be in Beaumont or Beeville.
We're hoping they're in Beeville. Yes, yes.
But not Beaumont?
No, that's not who we're targeting, because we really do, even with our online program now, tend to recruit those nurses that are not able to create time in their life or are pursuing the traditional graduate education. And our students do come from South Texas. We inch into Houston. There's a group in South San Antonio, but we have a large group from Laredo down through Brownsville and all the communities in between.
Any other questions?
Where was the other online program, Rex? Texas Tech.
Other questions? Yeah. Need a motion.
I move for approval.
Okay. We have a motion and need a second?
Second.
Have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Item 9D3 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request for a new degree program from the University of Houston for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in petroleum engineering. Rex.
Thank you. This is a new PhD program for the University of Houston. In petroleum engineering, we have looked very carefully at workforce need data and have established that there is indeed a need for petroleum engineers. In spite of somewhat of a little bit of a downturn in the oil economy in the United States and in Texas, all of that is still expected to grow over time nevertheless. So there is a need there. The institution is pretty well situated to do this. They have very good and viable programs both at the bachelor's and master's degree level in this field. already, and it would be a 72-hour program beyond the bachelor's level and a 60 semester credit hour program beyond the master's level that would require dissertation.
I know at the committee level we had a great presentation from them.
Yes.
Any questions?
Approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 9D4 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request for a new degree program from the University of Houston for a Doctor in Philosophy degree with a major in Geosensing, Systems Engineering, and Sciences. Rex.
Oh, thank you. This program is somewhat unique in the state of Texas. It focuses on remote sensing and geodetic technologies, but also the analysis of data with engineering applications in our sciences. Probably the only other program in Texas that is somewhat similar to this would be the geosensing program at Texas A&M University in Corpus Christi, although there are GIS programs at both University of Texas at Dallas and at Texas State, but all of them tend to have a slightly different focus. And so this is one of those programs, too, that also builds off of a lot of existing resources and can use a lot of the existing faculty that they have. They can use a lot of the existing facilities that they have as well.
For those of you who missed the committee meeting, it was fascinating. And congratulations to the dean, who is here, I believe.
Yes.
But they've built a great program there. Any questions from the board? Yes.
Making a motion.
Oh.
And I'll second it, but I did have a question. It looks like the other programs in the state are quite full, and I'm assuming that their graduates have no problem with employment?
None.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is being really driven by market needs. So we have a motion?
Yes, we do.
And a second?
Yes.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item 9D5 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the request for a new degree program from the University of North Texas for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in electrical engineering. Rex.
Thank you. This program is, in some respects, just another engineering program. But it does include a kind of unique feature that's actually becoming less and less unique as we go along, and that is the entrepreneurial or the management aspects that are being added to doctoral programs in engineering. And so UNT has picked up on some of that need for folks to not only be able to do engineering, but also to lead teams and to have some management experience when they come out of school. And so they've incorporated that in this program. We've looked very carefully again at workforce need and established that there certainly is a need for these kinds of graduates in Texas, and particularly in the region of North Texas as well.
Any questions?
So I'm looking at the map, and it shows that if granted, all three programs in the state would be in the Metroplex area. There's not this program at A&M or at UT? There's not a PhD in EE?
No, sir.
That's a bit surprising to me.
Dr. Peebles, what are your comments about that, about them all being concentrated in the Metroplex?
Well, I think that doctoral programs in trying to establish workforce need goes much beyond regional scope. And so it also includes statewide and even to some extent nationwide need as well. And so I think all three programs that probably complement each other very well actually help to meet that need. So come on.
We do have, I believe, the dean.
Actually, I'm the president, and the dean and the chair are back here.
Okay.
I'm Neil Smatras, president of the University of North Texas, and I'd like to invite the dean and chair up just briefly. But of course, there are other EE PhD programs in the state.
There are.
Austin A&M Houston, and the list probably goes on. And that's just a testament to the extraordinary demand in this area in a state that in North Texas, which is the second biggest high tech in the country.
So you're saying that this map may not be completely accurate if there's only 3 programs listed, or is there something unique about your EE degree that only exists in those other 2 institutions?
Dr. People, show him that map. That might be.
Yeah, I'm aware of the map.
I suspect that it has to do with the way programs are organized by zip code, which is how we pull the map.
Okay.
It also.
So what's unique about your EE PhD?
I think the map might be related to the fact that you need to look at a 50-mile radius from where you are. Is that not related to that?
No.
It's the zip code. Okay. What is unique about our PhD is that 78% of PhD graduates in electrical engineering go work for industry. They don't go to academia. And most PhD programs do not prepare them for working for industry. So we've included a very strong entrepreneurial component, not because everybody who graduated with a EE PhD will start their own business, although a lot of them do, but because industry wants people to work for them who are entrepreneurs, who are idea people, who are pushing new products, and we are giving them that opportunity to understand management, to understand accounting, to understand raising funds. And that is integrated in the system, into the program. It's not just taking some management courses, but taking courses in management or in accounting that relate to your engineering discipline.
Good answer, Al. I move to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Other? Right? Get the picture. Yes.
To be
All right.
tweeted shortly.
If you hand it to me, I'll get it all of you.
I would want you to vote first.
We're going to vote before you take the picture, though.
Let's vote and then they'll smile.
Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Item 9D6 was on the consent calendar. We've done 9D7. Agenda item 9D8 was on the consent calendar. 9D6 has been taken care of. Agenda item 9E is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the Association of Advanced Rabbinical help me with that.
Talmudic
schools being recognized as an accrediting agency in Texas. Thank you, Rex.
Thank you. If you could indulge me for just a moment, Dr. Tischer, I will point out that even though something went wrong with the map, and I will find out what caused that glitch, in the blue pages we do acknowledge that there are 12 existing doctoral programs in electrical engineering.
Rex, I just didn't want you to think that I don't read every page of this agenda book.
We've known for a long time that you do.
I have no doubt. And that's quite all right. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, sir. So you may recall from the discussion this morning that for institutions who want to operate in Texas, they under certificates of authorization, they must first be associated with a recognized accreditation body. And we currently have 12 that are recognized that are either national or specialized accrediting bodies, and the Association of Advanced Rabbinical and Talmudic Schools would be our 13th. They go through a vetting process through both staff with the coordinating board, but they are also reviewed by our advisory committee on accreditation. And they have gone through that process, and they recommend approval of it, and so the staff recommends approval of them as well as a recognized accrediting body in Texas.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Rex. Agenda item 9F, 1 through 6, were on the consent calendar. Agenda item 9G is a report to the board on the evaluation of the 2012 to 2014 teacher quality projects. This is an information item only. Rex.
You will see the full report is attached as white pages in your agenda. And I've been joined by Dr. Molly Weinberg, who is the lead evaluator for this. The Teacher Quality Program is actually a federal grant that's administered by the Coordinating Board, and it is designed to deal with schools of education that are preparing teachers, and the focus has been on science and math preparation, but not only to look at making sure that teachers are very well prepared in terms of subject matter content, but that are also very well prepared in instructional technologies. And so what you have before you is the evaluation report from those grants. And we'll be glad to answer any questions you might have about it.
Board members, do you maybe give us a summary of the report? Or are there any highlights that you want to make sure we're aware of?
Yes, thank you. The first thing I'd like to say is that each of the projects, and there were 37 of them, are a combination of colleges of ed and colleges of science and engineering or mathematics. So they're always the two disciplines together to make the program stronger. In the report, you see that there were 213 independent school districts who partnered with these higher ed groups, and over 1,325 teachers were involved. The takeaway message from the cycle that was from 2012 to 2014 is that intensive long-term professional development pays off. We have different ways of looking, and they are in the report, and I'll go into them if you need me to. But all of the different measured shows that teachers grew in a positive way. They changed their behavior in the classroom, and they began using high-yield instructional strategies with much stronger content.
These grants come from federal money, or is this, and how much did we award over that time? Did the money come through us, or was it straight? I can't remember. Did we award these, or?
So Title II of No Child Left Behind.
Okay.
Yes, we award.
But we award them.
We
right.
put out the RFAs,
right.
and then we award the grants.
Right. And do you know how much money was total out of the 2 years?
Out of the 2 years, do you know?
It's about $4.6 million.
That's what yeah.
So is this an ongoing activity, or is this just a snapshot?
This is an ongoing activity. The grants have been around for a number of years.
So are we in another 2-year cycle now?
Yes.
Okay.
Very good.
And is the same individuals involved in this next cycle that were involved in this report?
Not 100%. There were competitive bids, and so those bids the RFA is put out, and some institutions decide not to put back in. Others do and get awarded or not awarded. So the probability is very high that the same institutions will continue, but there's always the chance that some new player will come in and some old player will drop out.
How are you using this information and the best practices that you're identifying here to communicate to those individuals in the educational field who are not engaged in this type of activity so that they can also additionally learn from that?
There's several ways. Each of the project directors can immediately see the feedback that's happening within their project. And then, as you read in the report, we've gone out to experts and had some experts do some analysis for us. And those will begin to be reported at national and international conferences, both in mathematics and science, mathematics education and science education. We haven't done some of those reportings because we didn't have the full data set and the reports, but it is time for those to go out and to be presented either through publications or presentations at national conferences.
I'm director of that program, and so I think part of what you're asking too is in terms of best practices. one of the first ways we use that is when we create a new RFA. So for us, it kind of is multiple purpose. The evaluation is designed so we get information at the coordinating board. The program is evaluated, but the directors also get information. So they get information immediately. It's online, and that allows them to take the information that's coming in. So if they're seeing that their observations are showing teachers aren't implementing very well, then what happens is they begin to say, okay, what do I need to adapt? We also have 1 to 2 technical meetings per year. So that's where the directors come together and they understand what's going well, what's not, what's the new research saying, and then how do we use this data. So we use it kind of online day to day for the directors. We use it for planning, and then we also try to share it. We have been invited as Texas. We have a big state. We're a little bit further ahead than most of the other states, even California. And so we have actually been asked to share our results and how we do evaluations, how we adapt our programs, and how we use data at national meetings. So we've done that several times at their request.
Just for the record, identify yourself. So
Elizabeth Powers. I'm director
Yes,
of the Teacher
Yes.
Quality Program here at this co-board.
So for almost $10 million over 2 years, we probably get more money than most states. Is that right? Now, this report will go back to the Department of Education. Is that?
That's a separate report. This is, they have a copy of it already. This is really kind of standard operating procedure, I think, at the coordinating board, where if we're going to have a program, we want to know that that program is effective. And if it's not, we need to adapt it. So this is part of that overall evaluation strategy.
That other states should be doing too, right? Because we set the
They're
pace.
trying.
Yeah, okay. So board members, do you have any questions? All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated. All right. Item 9H is a report on institutional request acted on by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. And this is an information item only. Rex Peebles.
So as you can see, there were 28 new degree and certificate programs approved. It did not come to the board. And this is at all levels. We approved 6 institutional requests to phase out programs and issued 35 certificates of authorization, but those were not all new. Those are also sometimes renewals and revised. And I think we actually had a couple of cancellations, perhaps. And we received 2 preliminary planning notifications for degrees in the future.
What was the main reason for phase outs? Low participation?
A couple
or
of
low
things are sometimes they're low producing, and sometimes they phase out to combine with another program. But typically, it's because they have run into low graduation rates and low enrollment rates.
And Lamar phased out nursing?
That's just double AS.
Oh, okay. So they.
But, I mean,
I didn't realize they even had that. I thought they only had bachelor program.
They do now.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Questions about this item?
Yeah, actually, Lamar phased that out a couple of years ago, and then they had to bring it back for a graduate. So.
All right, thank you. Item 9I, J, and K were on the consent calendar. Agenda item 9L is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the approval to extend the contracts for and increase funding to current mentor colleges under the Accelerate Texas and to identify and fund new mentor colleges through 2017. We have Mary Smith to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Paredes. This agenda item and the next one, item 9M, item 9N, which is on your consent calendar, and item 9O, all pertain to the Accelerate Texas program. So to begin, I wanted just to provide you just a minute of a brief overview for this group of agenda items. Rider 36 of the General Appropriations Act of the 83rd Texas Legislature provides funds for awarding competitive grants to community colleges and to public technical institutions to increase participation and success of the basic adult education students who are transitioning into post-secondary education. Those are the students that are testing below the 9th grade. Accelerate Texas is a program that's funded by Rider 36. The programs integrate basic academic skills instruction with career and technical pathways to help lower skilled adult students acquire skills and certificates in high demand occupations. Since 2010, 26 institutions have been awarded grants that are designed to integrate education and training programs under Accelerate Texas. The colleges that have demonstrated strong student outcomes, program fidelity, and sustainability are eligible to become mentor colleges. And then in turn, the mentor colleges assist new and emerging Accelerate Texas programs in their development and their refinement. The Committee on Academic and Workforce Success has recommended to the full board the approval to provide up to $100,000 each through fiscal year 2017 to 4 currently funded Accelerate Texas mentor colleges in order to support these colleges in program scaling and their mentoring activities. The continuation funding would support both the scaling of the program activities at the mentor colleges as well as technical assistance activities for the emerging programs at newly funded Accelerate Texas colleges. The Cause Committee also has recommended approval to the board to provide new funding for program scaling and mentoring activities again through 2017 to up to 3 additional colleges. The proposed amounts for those colleges are going to vary slightly according to the number of students that are served and the size of the colleges, but the total amount for the new colleges would not exceed $300,000.
So, board
Madam
members.
Chairman?
Yes.
I'm looking at items L, M, and O, and they all are dealing with the Accelerate Texas grants. Is it an opportunity for us to take those together?
No, let's take them separately.
Then let's move approval of
Okay.
item L.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for item L. Lone Star, Houston, South Texas, and Amarillo. Any discussion or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. So agenda item M, we're going to look at, and that is different because, go ahead.
These are the colleges that have already been awarded, and that we're wanting some information from them so that we can grant more money. So in summary, it's the Cause Committee has recommended to the board approval to extend funding of up to $100,000 each, again through 2017, to up to 5 currently funded Accelerate Texas colleges based on the May findings. They're going to be submitting a report. Again, we'll be looking at those reports to determine how successful they have been. And so those colleges that are demonstrating strong results with, again, with sufficient capacity both to continue and scale those programs would be eligible for continued funding. And those additional monies would be used to scale these effective programs across campuses and for additional years.
Right.
So moved. Second.
So just so everyone has the wording, this is the approval to extend the contracts for and increase funding to the Accelerate Texas colleges that are successfully scaling their model. We have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. So N is on the consent calendar. Item O is a consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the board relating to the approval to extend the Accelerate Texas contract with the Texas Workforce Commission and under the National Emergency Grant. Any questions for Mary about this? You have something you want to say, I can tell. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to kind of alert you, through your consent calendar, the board just approved item 9N.
Right.
And that was the Cause Committee's recommendation to the board for approval of the no-cost extension through December 15 of the grant terms for the 5 colleges that are funded under the Dislocated Worker Training National Emergency Grants. The purpose, of course, is to ensure that the college's student completion information is recorded in August of 2015 and then certified through November of 2015. This staff recommendation is really just to ensure that we also have your approval to extend the contract with the Texas Workforce Commission, through which the coordinating board receives the funds for the Dislocated Worker Training National Emergency Grants to enable continuation of the program at the 5 colleges. So the idea really is that when we submitted the initial one that's on your consent calendar, we couldn't put this one on your consent calendar because the committee hadn't really heard this specific one, which is essentially approval to extend our contract with the Texas Workforce Commission.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Very good. All right, agenda item 9P is a consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the Board relating to higher education impact statements for the 84th Texas Legislature. And John Wyatt, Director of External Relations, will provide an overview of the higher education impact statement process. And then we have 2 statements, I believe, before us today. Thank you, John.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Senate rules require that before a bill that changes the classification, mission, or governance of an institution or creates a new institution can be heard in committee, that the Legislative Budget Board must prepare a higher education impact statement in consultation with the coordinating board. The processes that we've developed here are that staff will develop the impact statement, and then we submit it to the board chair, the vice chair, and the chair of the relevant committee, in this case, Ms. Shepard, for their review. We have to turn these around in a very tight time frame. We usually only have about a week's notice before a bill is going to be heard. So once those 3 have signed off, we do provide it to the Legislative Budget Board so that they can submit it to the legislature. However, these still do have to be adopted by the board. And the 2 items that we have before you right now are the higher education impact statement on SB 420 as introduced, which creates a campus of the Texas State Technical College in Ellis County, and then the impact statement on SB 420, the committee substitute, which specifies that campus would be in Red Oak. And I'll let Assistant Commissioner Peoples speak to the substance of the statement.
Questions for Rex? Can you tell us what happened to these bills? Were they passed out, or they've already been heard, right?
They've been heard and passed out of committee.
Right.
I think we've been able to look through it, so I just would make the motion to approve.
Okay. We have a motion?
I have a question.
Yes.
I'll offer a second so it can be heard. Obviously, we're adopting this. What other option would we have? If we disagreed with the language here, could we substitute, revise it, approve that, and send it up to the legislature with a revised statement?
Well, the bills have already passed out of committee.
I understand that, but I'm trying to figure out why is it necessary for us to adopt it, since we have a mechanism where it's already gone forward.
Bill,
I'm okay with hearing about this at our next meeting.
I suppose if you wanted to modify the language or disagreed with the statement that was provided, the board could go on record doing just that. As the commissioner points out, it's been passed out of committee. I don't know what the import would be.
Well, I'm sure when the bill is heard on the floor, anybody could offer that as, a rebuttal or whatever they wanted to do when the bill's heard on the floor.
It's a formality.
Yeah.
And you don't have any objection to anything in the letter, Steve?
No, I've already seconded it.
Call the question.
I'm just
right,
trying
so
to figure out why we're...
The perfectly logical question to which we don't have an answer.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, I give you back the.
Thank you. We're going to break for lunch now. We will, how long do you want to take to eat lunch?
3 hours.
3 hours?
And Mr.
You'll be here by yourself.
Chairman, I've got to take off. I think you've got to take off.
I will, but
I think we still have a quorum.
You have to have, if you're not going to adjourn the meeting, I think we only have 7 active members now, so you'd have to have 4 come back.
What do I need to do to go eat lunch and come back and adjourn the meeting?
Actually, there's 6 members at this point. Dr. Tischer and Mr. Steen.
Are you leaving?
You would not have a quorum
2,
of the board, but you may
3,
have
4.
the concern.
No, Counselor, I think you would have a quorum because we've.
Todd, are you
Dr.
gonna have
Farias
lunch?
is not part of the board now. We've got one with the resignation of Jacob Monty. We've got a one. That's 2.
We'll have 4 board members.
You'd have to have 4. Yeah.
You would at least have a quorum of I would recommend not adjourning and then.
I was breaking for lunch. As soon as we finish lunch, we'll come back and adjourn.
I agree.
Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what we're going to do then.
She wants you to sign that.